Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm John Cole Morgan and it's lovely to have you. You've not gone mad. It's Christmas again and look what we've got. I'm so excited. We've got Sarah on this hour, then we've got Janice, then we've got Sarah, then we've got Janice, and then we're back to me. I can't wait. Really, really exciting, and welcome being here nice and early this morning. All of you are going to be able to see our early bird. I'm so loving this one. This is the most fantastic... Show the box first before I take it apart. Isn't this just the most brilliant collection of colours there of Gutman thread? Absolutely stunning. I just love those colours. Let me get them out of the box for you and show you what they are. These are so beautiful. Don't they just look like a little thing of ice creams? They are so lovely. And not only have we got these gorgeous threads, but how many times have you wound a bobbin of the same fabric, so the same cotton, and then you can't find it? These are the most fabulous little connectors that you can put onto the top of your cottons. So when you've made your when you've popped your bobbin on, they just slot in, and you've got all these different colours. And I can't tell you, these colours are so perfect. Don't they just look incredible? If I had, it's just, and then the bobbin just sits in that little section over there. It's so good. So all of these threads, you're getting 10 different colours of threads here. These are 100 metres of each one, all 100% polyester. Personally, I use 100% polyester for absolutely everything, for all my sewing. And the brand name of Gutman, you know, they're absolutely incredible. And these are working out at £1.69 per spool. They are and that's not including these wonderful little clips. I absolutely love them, and I know I'm popping them all in, but I just love them because you go and have all your bobbins lined up ready to go when you're sewing. I just adore that. Literally, I sit and wind all my bobbins in one go so that when I do my projects, especially if I'm doing a Bargello, I get a whole load of my for the thread that I'm going to be using all lined up ready to go. And isn't that just the most perfect way of doing it, having all these wonderful little clips to go on? I absolutely love these. And of course it's Christmas today, so if you end up getting this wonderful early bird now, you're also going to get one of our fabulous little badges. Our lovely little Christmas badge there, coming one of these free per customer for the whole weekend. They are just perfectly, absolutely delightful. And I'm not going to tell you what it is, but when you get it, turn it round, look at the back. Isn't that just so cute? Sweet. And I'm not going to tell you, but turn it round when you get it. Don't throw that little piece of paper away. You're getting one per customer throughout the weekend, so do make sure you hang on to those. They're fabulous. But each time you check out, though, it doesn't matter how many times you do it. Every single time you do, you're entered into a prize, and you can win 10 of these fat quarter bundles worth over £100. We're going to have 3 winners, all announced on Monday in Debbie's show. They are going to be absolutely thrilled with all of these. We had all the ladies on yesterday on the guests. They were saying, oh, I want to win it, I want to win it. It's such a great competition, that. So good luck with all of that. And congratulations if you've got our early bird. They are such a great deal, this. All, of course, for one day P&P, $3.95 for the whole day. No matter how many times you check out, you're not going to pay any more or any less. And isn't this just, I can't stop looking at these gorgeous colours. I love these. Doesn't that just look like a whole little bit of ice cream and little sweeties in a box there? They're so sweet. Love that. I'm only putting my fingers across those because that's what's going to happen. They're going to fall out. Such a great price for those. And the threads on their own are worth that. And to have these wonderful little spool holders for your bobbins, just fantastic. Now, if you haven't gotten in touch with us before, we love hearing from you. We had some wonderful messages yesterday because, of course, it's the second day of Christmas in July. Very excited for that. Easiest way of doing that would be studio@sewingstreet.com. Failing that, you can reach us on our Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Sewing Street TV. And on that page, you'll have a wonderful little message button, so you'll be able to drop us a line on there as well. We'd love to hear from you. Don't forget to get in touch with us on our Instagram, which is at Sewing Street. I was about to say at Instagram. That's not right. On Instagram at Sewing Street. And please make sure you sign up to our newsletter. We've got loads of fantastic things coming up for you tomorrow as well. So the newsletter is a great way to be able to stay in touch with us, to be able to know what's coming up, find out more information about our guest designers. And then you'll be able to know a bit more about who's coming on and what's coming on. But I'm so excited about this hour. We've got this absolutely wonderful Bargello, but you've got these wonderful little lights on it as well, which are so adorable. So that's with the lights on, and then with the studio lights off. Isn't that just gorgeous? Because some people may not have a space big enough to put a Christmas tree up. This is just a nice way of being able to put a Christmas tree up if you haven't got the space, and you can light it up as you go. It is such a great bundle that we've got here for you today. It is, so first of all, the instructions. Gorgeous set of instructions. Really, really pretty. Very, very easy to use. Totally understandable. Lovely little graphs on how you do it all. Lots of different instructions on how to do it as well. Each row, it's described to you how you're doing. But not only that, now how am I going to do this without dropping them out of this gorgeous order? Look at that. 7.5 meters of fabric. I can barely lift them all up. They're so cute. There's so much there. So that makes enough for the top and for the binding. And the colors are just fantastic. Oh my goodness. Of course. So I'm going to show you which one you're getting here. So the main one you're getting, which you're getting loads of. Do you know how much we got of this one? Isn't this just wonderful? And look at that colouring. You've got that gorgeous, it's almost like an Osnaburg with that beautiful, beautiful white dot on it. So you're getting 1.5 meters of that. Absolutely love that. And that's what you've used as the background there. You can see all the little stars in the background then. Then you've got your crimson. Oh, isn't that the most beautiful colourway, that? Absolutely love this crimson. So that's going to be your nice little border. You'll see it just around the side there. How much was of the crimson? Was it 1 metre? Getting 1 metre of the crimson. So that's 2.5 meters of fabric there. And then all of these, you're getting 1/2 meter. So let me show you what the 1/2 meter looks like. And Sarah's going to tell you later, we've got loads of this left over. Look at that. Isn't that just most gorgeous? And of course, this is Sarah's first ever Bargello. So we kind of threw a little curveball at her, but didn't she do well? It looks amazing. So that's what each of these look like, each of those 1/2 meters of fabric there that you're going to now see. So that was the first one you're getting. Let me show you all these other incredible designs on here as well. So I'm going to look now and see where these all are on the tree, this decoration here. So got all these wonderful lines going all through the Bargello here. You can see how the fabrics work there. So you can see this one there, and you follow the line all the way down there. And this blue one over here is the one just next to it. Just goes beautifully there. I love being able to see exactly where the fabrics fit into your Bargello, because it's really quite good. And here we go, here's your second one. It's a bit like one of those I Spy quilts that you can then just go through and see where your beautiful fabrics line in. And then you've got the second line of it coming out here. Very, very clever way of doing that. Now, some of these fabrics are available by the 1/2 meter, so do check the website out if there's anything here that you're enjoying, that you like the look of. Isn't that lovely? These metallics are so good. I'm just trying to rotate it so you can see that beautiful metallic there. And then we've got another one of these Osnaburgs. I'm sure, I don't know if it is an Osnaburg, but it feels like one. It's just beautiful. It's got that gorgeous seeded colorway at the back of it. It's beautiful, and it feels so, so lovely, this. Really love that. And then we're back to some gorgeous metallics here. All of these ones I'm showing you at the moment are 1/2 meter. There's just so much in this bundle. 7.5 meters of this. And you've got that wonderful set of instructions as well. Look at those hollies. And again, a nice little pop of metallic there with those beautiful little stars. So pretty. But this, I think, might be my favorite fabric in the bundle there. Look at that. Oh, that's very pretty. And you can see that beautiful metallic detail on there. It's absolutely stunning. Is this one also available at the half meter, Hannah? Oh, there's only a few of them, so if you're liking that, make sure you check it out. And then, of course, we've got our lovely green with this wonderful metallic on as well. You can see those. And the great thing is, if you haven't made a Bargello before, this is a great way. This is why we do Christmas in July, because it gives you enough time to feel confident to give something a go and try it. And these fabrics are so lovely. And of course, when you make something this special with such beautiful fabrics, you can then bring it out every year. It becomes one of your family little Christmas heirlooms. They're great. And you can see these metallics there as I've moved it there. Look how they shimmer. Love that. So that is 7.5 meters of fabric there. Just look at that bundle. It's enormous. What's the point? What's the bet? I put that up and it all falls down. Look at that. But don't forget as well, not only are you getting all this wonderful fabric. Will it hold? Will it hold? You're getting your wonderful set of instructions as well. Really great, great value there. Love that. Now, the other thing we wanted to just show you is you've got this optional extra of being able to put the lights in. So we've got a whole load of these lights available too. So that's what they look like before. It's one of those things that when you take it out the box, you'll never get it back in. So this is in the box, ready, all tidy, nice and ready for you there. So these are all LEDs. They won't get hot or anything. And then this is what they look like when they come out. They're so huge. There's so much. Look, they just keep going. And there are 20 LED lights here, and it's 315 centimeters long here. Look, it just keeps going. You can see there, 315 centimeters of these, and they're all battery operated as well, so you're not going to have to worry about if you don't turn them off or anything. There's so many of them. 20 of those. Now, I'm not even going to attempt to put those back in the box. I'm just going to put them here. Now, with this, making any form of Bargello, you're going to be able to you're going to need to get one of these. These Stripologies, they absolutely make your life so much easier when you're doing something like this. With any Bargello you're doing, you have to cut all of your strips of fabric. You have to cut them widthwise along your fabric here in the same width. And that's these ones over here. They're all the same width. You can tell that gap there is all the same all the way through your quilt. Let me do that without the ruler in the way. All your things there, they're all the same width. So having a Stripology to do that is going to make your life so much easier, because these are the most accurate way of being able to cut your fabric into the 2.5-inch strips or 2-inch strips. I'm not quite sure how wide they need to be, but it's the most simple way of doing it. And the great thing about these Stripology rulers is on the bottom over here, if you are cutting them to 2.5 inches, you've got the wonderful little squares making your life easier to try and figure out where it is that you're cutting everything. So you can see there the little squares they've got marked up. It's such an easy way of being able to make sure you cut your fabric, and it's exact. It's so accurate, these. Really great. So we've had those on a few times before, but you'll definitely need to get one of these. Sarah's going to be using one of these today as well, so if you haven't seen it, you'll be able to see it today. So now we're going to give you... Don't forget now, if you've got anything in your basket at the moment, make sure you check out, because then it's done and you're ready to now watch Sarah on. Be able to watch Sarah. So we're going to get Sarah on now. So we're going to just remind you how it is that you can shop with us.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Welcome back. I'm John Cole Morgan, and look, it's Sarah Bolam. So lovely to have you back. And we kind of matched
do,
today.
don't we? Well, I thought Pink
that.
Flamingos screams Christmas.
That was on the show a little while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I like it. Now, am I hearing correctly? This is your first ever Bargello.
It is. I've been admiring the Angie from afar.
Right.
And I thought I'll start with this, and now
it's
I'm ready
brilliant.
to tackle Angie. Yes.
Well, this is a lot harder than the Angie one.
Oh.
So you
Oh, it just crushed me now.
No, this one's really complicated. It looks really good.
Right.
Looks fantastic. Did you enjoy making
I
it?
did. I loved it. Yeah, and I think it's great for any beginners out there as well, because you can embrace unpicking with this. Because normally we associate unpicking, don't we, with like, oh, I've gone wrong again. But with this, it's part of the process. So
Exactly.
It's good.
Brilliant. So how do you start off? What's the first one?
Okay, so first of all, with your instructions, I recommend reading them a couple of times.
I
Maybe.
cannot believe you have a folder. That is so good.
Well, just trying to be organised, but
Do you do one of those for every project?
pretty much, yeah.
That's so organised.
Only when I'm sewing on TV. When I'm at home, I'm just a complete nightmare.
Ruined my illusion now.
But yeah, first thing you need to do is, because you've got all those gorgeous fabrics, and the instructions refer to them as fabrics 1 to 10. So I recommend making yourself a little
So that's
swatch.
what you mean there with the key there
That's
at the
right.
bottom.
And actually in the pattern it does give you a worded description, so you can also relate back to the fabrics.
Right, it does.
It's quite
yes.
easy to follow, but even so, I would make yourself something like that, and then when you're doing your blocks, you can follow it easier.
I work very much like those as well.
Yeah, so that's the first step. Now, the tree itself is constructed of the patterned fabric here, and then you've got the background pieces. So the patterned fabric, they're assembled in rows. So if I show you what we have here, so you're going to also be numbering, because you've numbered your fabrics, you've got 3 sets of different strips, if you like.
Right.
So you've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, which is going to be this. You've got a 5, 6, 7, 8. So if either of us want to break out into the step song, that's going to be in our head, isn't it? So you've got your 5, 6, 7, 8, which is this. And then you've got a 9 and 10, which is this one. So those are your 3. So you're cutting your fabric into 3-inch strips width of fabric.
Right.
And you're going to sew them together like so.
Perfect.
Okay, so obviously these are a little bit shorter because I've done some prep, but that's your first step. And because you're making 2, the pattern tells you to press them up and down. And it's a good idea to keep your little sewing street bags and label them. I think just helps you keep organised along the way.
I won't deny, I've got every single bag of everything I've ever bought
They're
from
so
Sewing
useful,
Street.
those bags.
Brilliant.
And I've got more that I'll be using in a bit as well.
so good.
Yeah. So that's what you need to do. But don't worry if you do get a bit muddled up with up and down, because when we get to this stage, you can always press them back into submission.
Of course.
So that's fine. Okay, so first of all then, we're going to tackle row 1, which is, if you can see, it's sort of outer on here.
To the outer left-hand side, right.
And to start off with, the background pieces are a lot bigger on these, and as it builds, you've got more of the intricate, so more unpicking and things to do. But to start off with, it comes together quite quickly because you've got a big long strip. So just pop those to one side.
Oh, we have a message in for you from
Oh.
Sue. Morning, Sue. She's saying, good morning, everybody. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Oh, she has one of these in her holiday home.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, I mean,
She doesn't bring the Christmas tree down. Isn't it such a good idea? I think it's great.
yeah, I mean, we'll talk later about how you can. It really lends itself as a wall hanging in a decoration, doesn't it? So, actually, just before I start cutting,
Of course.
can I show my little grid?
Of course,
Okay.
please.
So, in the pattern, you've got a colour-coded tree, which I get that. So it looks sort of like that. But what I would definitely...
Now, this grid isn't included. This is your own making of it.
This is my own, but it's really easy to do. So you sit down with a cup of coffee and go through and make a note of all the different colours. So strip 1, you can see there, it's a 9, it's a 10, it's a 9, it's a 1, and so on. And I've even sort of shaded them to make it easier, because I can see that 9 and 10 come together as one strip. Later on you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4. So at a glance you can just see how many complete strips you need, and then whether you're cutting into strips and things as well. So just put the rows along the bottom. I've made a list of all the numbers, so then I don't need to refer back to the tree unless I want to double check later. I've also made a note on here that it's 1 3/4, so I've put all my widths on here, because you probably can't tell from this shot, but they are all individual different widths. And then also I've just written down whether it's an up or a down from a pressing point of view. So
look at you, you're so organised.
So I shall leave that there.
Now, you got those all from the instructions?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
So you just literally just summarising it all from what's in the pattern already.
So we'll look at the pattern, and you can see you've got like a pink, which is number 9, and you've got the 10.
Right.
So literally I have just gone and read
Changed
those
that all
out
the way through.
and written them down. Yeah.
Brilliant. We've had another message in. Who was the lady? From Debbie. Morning, Debbie. She's very excited about getting her badge this morning. Aren't they fabulous? I love mine. She's got one of these kits to make for her mum because she struggles to get the Christmas tree up to put the decorations on.
Oh, brilliant.
Isn't it such a good idea? Oh, sorry, I thought there was more, Hannah. Sorry. So this is what it's going to look like when it's finished as well. It's so adorable, isn't
and
it?
I'm thinking if you didn't want to put the borders on, you could make it then a bit smaller if you've got a smaller space and you wanted to use it as a hanging. But yeah, it's lovely.
It's really fun. Was it good to make, though? As your first project, did you think it was a bit daunting?
I did, and to be honest, at first I thought this is one of those projects that I need to just focus and do, because if I leave it and come back, I'll have forgotten what I'm doing. But actually I was wrong. Because of the labelling and how it's structured, then it's really easy to put it away and leave it for a few days, so you can come back to it really easily. Okay, so shall I begin cutting?
Please, yes.
Right.
Now you've used one of these before, but you've used the little one.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I do love the Stripology rollers, but yeah, I don't have the XL, but I may have to get it now I've seen this. So literally, we're just lining up. Don't know if I'm in shot, yes. And we'll just cut off the edge. I'll get my rotary cutter.
Now, you don't need to use one of these, but it does make your life so much easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So let's take that off. Now,
Are you a lefty?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you from the wrong side. I'm normally sorry.
I could be today. Anything could happen today.
You're very, very obliging.
So the first one, number 1, we're cutting it 1 3/4. So I just want to get my 1/4 inch there. So then I'm looking for 1 1/2, if that makes sense.
Yes, because you're adding the extra quarter on there.
I'm adding the extra 1/4. So that's just so it's the star, isn't it? So put it on there.
Because you see, for me, whenever I do one of my Bargellos, I always use this to cut the 3-inch strips as well.
Yes,
because
I
getting
did.
those, because I find that's the most accurate. Because if you get this slightly wrong, it doesn't matter too much. But it's when you get those 3 inches going across, if those are out, when you're trying to line them up, they don't line up. They're ever so slightly out. And no matter how many times I've cut it with a ruler, it's always been a bit
Yeah, definitely. Yes. So there's my 1 3/4 inch. Now looking at this, we actually need 2. So let's just quickly, I've got it out, pop it on and oops, do another one. I probably should have given my fabric a little press first, but it'll be fine, won't it?
Of course it will.
So this one here. Okay. So those are our 2 9 and 10s. And oh, actually, looking at that, I just need another 9. So let's just cut another one. But yeah, I think once you get into your rhythm, it's very therapeutic as well.
But I find any form of Bargello really, really therapeutic to use, to make.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those mindful sewings that you sit down and you just spend all that time putting it together.
Yeah.
I love doing them.
And so long as you're organised and sort of get your little bags ready. So I think we can put this away for now. Okay.
Gosh, I'm hearing 1/4 of the stock has gone already. Not surprised. Look how beautiful. But this outside fabric, doesn't it feel so stunning?
Yeah.
That's the one you've got in your hand now. It
Yeah.
really feels lovely, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
And these lights were so lovely to add onto it. Such a great option.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Really good. These aren't included in your bundle.
No, they're not, no.
But they're an extra add-on there. You can see they are they $3.99, Hannah? $2.99. Such a great price on these. And they do bring your little project to life. I think that's wonderful.
Right, so we're going back to the check-in, and you'll see me. In fact, I'm going to pull it out.
I do that
Just
as well.
Forever keep checking because your mind plays tricks on you.
Have you got a diamond?
So I'm going to show you what you can do with your
Oh, I'm
leftovers
excited.
later. So we're starting off with a number 9, and then we're going a 10-9. So we need to do a bit of unpicking.
Okay.
So I shall get my trusty seam ripper out, which I know you've got on the show, and it's definitely worth investing.
I love these. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, sorry. I get very excited when I see these.
Yeah.
I love a gadget.
I must admit, at first, when I seen them, I thought, even though I do a lot of unpicking, obviously, I thought, I don't think I need that. But having got it now, just like,
Isn't it just amazing? You kind of look forward to when you make a mistake.
Yeah.
They are so much fun.
So literally, I'm just going to go in. I tend to just sort of tease there is a technique to it,
But I think you're right. There is a technique, but I find one with the fabric strip, and you've got that technique, and you're ready to go.
Yeah.
It's so good.
So that's our number 9. So we're going to sew that to the bottom of 10, which is the light colour here. So we'll take it to the machine, and
it's such a lovely product there, and when you just flop it on, you
that
watch
back
there that the plastic bits just slide along, and that just gently cuts through the thread of your fabric, but it isn't going to damage your fabric at all. It's brilliant.
and we'll press at the end, and then I can get the board out. So I've got number 9, I've got number 10, I've got number 9. So now I need a number 1. Now, once you get into it, what you will have is lots of bags of your leftovers. So what I do is I'll look and see if I've already got a 1 3/4 cut. So this is my 1 3/4 bag. It's a good job I've got lots of bags.
Oh, that's so good.
And I have, as look, have it there. So there's a 1. So it just saves cutting into.
That
Otherwise,
big strip.
yeah. And then obviously I could have cut into that, and then my leftovers I would have put in. But if you can, just use your bags to keep all of your different widths segregated. Makes life so much easier as you progress into the quilt.
I love that, because I thought I was the only one who did that, because I do exactly the same thing with the 1 1/4, and it just, I find you use your plastic so much more because you're using it for different projects.
And even as you get towards the end, you can look and think, right, well, I've got a few 2 3/4 left, but I don't need them. So when I've got a 2, rather than cut into, I'll cut down one of my 2 3/4. So that way your fabric goes even further.
But Sarah, did you say that these are all Sewing Street purchase bags?
They are. Can
I'm
you tell?
Very impressed. Very impressed.
Can you tell?
So this pattern was designed by Sally Ablett. They're so lovely.
Yeah. Oh, the other thing to mention as well is there's deers on 2 of the fabrics, so they are obviously directional, although if you want to, you don't have to worry about it, because if you look at some of the really tiny strips, you can barely even tell the deers, but obviously on the wider ones, you might want to keep them so that they're that way up.
Of course.
So we will today, we'll sew them directionally. So that's a 1 that I'm sewing to the 9.
Just check that's number 9. I think you got that the wrong way around.
Yeah,
Oh no, my mistake.
so I've got 9, 10, 9, 1,
Perfect.
and then I'm doing a 9, 10.
See, we always check 3 times.
Yes.
Actually, we shouldn't have made you check it. You should have just done it wrong, and then you could have used your seam ripper again.
Hey, I've done that plenty
But
of
these
times.
instructions are so easy to use.
Yeah.
They're really good.
And it may sort of come over being a bit like, oh gosh, there's loads to remember. But once you get into it and you're doing it on your own, you're not doing it on live TV, it's actually quite therapeutic just to get all your cutting done. And as I was going along, if you put your numbers at the bottom, then you can leave it and come back to it quite easily.
Oh, that's clever.
Because really, they don't recommend sewing it together until you're at the end, because you can see if you have gone wrong anywhere. And then if you have, it's easy to unpick these little rows than it is to unpick the whole thing. So now we just need a 9, 10, which I've got here. So that's going to go onto here, and then we've nearly finished the first row.
Gosh, that's nice and quick.
So, but yeah, I think it is very mindful sewing. And although we're pressing it and it's important to nest when you're sewing it together, the good thing is there's no sort of like triangle points to match and things like that, which
And that's why I think the
Haunts
Stripology
me.
is so important, that you can get those 3 inches exact all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. So those are our pieces done. So now we're going to attach the long piece, which I've already, and all the measurements are in the pattern. Now what I did do is, me being me, I cut as I went along. I tend to do that for some reason, so it's fine to do that. But if you're one of these people that like to do all the cutting to start off with, then that's absolutely fine as well. But just so that you know, you've got plenty left at the end for your borders, if you do want to leave that until the end to do. So I'll pop that on.
But I have to say, these instructions are really clear.
Yeah, they
that the
are.
cutting guide gives you every single row what you're cutting. It's
Yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah, because I think when you are looking at the tree with the measurements on, it's quite small, the writing. So, but if you look at the instructions, it tells you,
very clear.
yeah, exactly what your width is of your strips and things. Let's put those. So let's do a bit of pressing now.
Because the great thing with what you've done there with that chart that you've made, I think is so brilliant, that you've just literally summarised everything that you've had in the information here onto a chart that's easy for you to understand. I think that's great.
In fact, I'm going to go back to my chart now to remind me. So number 1 is up. I mean, I think as a rule, it's odd numbers are up and evens are down. But so when you're
okay.
pressing, which I have my
The little primine should be
primer.
ready for you.
So I am going up, aren't I? So I'll set
Is
my
that
seam.
rotated?
Yep.
Oh, a third of the stock of this has gone already.
And
Now,
there
if
we
you
go.
don't want the steam, you just press that little middle button down in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
No, one
Oh,
down.
that one.
There we
That
go.
one. Yeah. Okay. It makes a change for you not showering me in best press, actually. So that's number 1 done.
I think
So-
they took the best press away from me.
Did they? So, naughty.
So that's, and of course the Wonder Clips, they
Yeah,
come in so
just
handy
clip
for everything.
the number on, because again, it just makes life so much easier
really
when you.
does.
And then if you want to sort of have a break, I mean, what I was doing is I was sewing in my sewing room and I was laying them out on the dining room table. And then when it got to the stage where I wanted to pack it away, because they're all numbered, you can just pack them away. You've got all those packed away, and it's a nice project to just get out and do when you want. So we'll do number 2, which is going to be a down. That's in my down bag.
So the up and down, is that all explained to you in here?
It is, yeah. So you cut in, when you do your blocks, your 1, 2, 3, 4, or your 5, 6, 7, 8, it tells you, because you're doing 2 of each. So 1 you press up, 1 you press down. I mean, strictly speaking, if you miss that step out, it would not be the end of the world.
No.
Because when you do, that's the important bit, that you do your ups and downs. But it's just nice to be organised,
Of
and
course.
helps, doesn't it?
But I just love the fact that there's that level of detail in, these in here. I think that's a nice touch to
Yeah.
be able to have.
Definitely. Right, so let's see if we need to do some cutting on this one then. So number 2, so you can see with more, so we've got a 10 and a 9, a 3, 2, 1. Right, so we'll get the Stripology back out.
So we're doing the second one along now, are
Yeah,
we?
we're doing number 2, and then hopefully I can show you how we sew those together.
Can you just show me which line we're doing? Because this line you've just done is
Yeah.
that first one there,
Yeah.
and then the second line
Yeah.
is going to be just that one there.
Yeah. And also the width on it is going to be different. So let's just check. It's a 2-inch that we're cutting.
Well, that'll make it a lot easier on your Stripology as well. We'll need
It
to move it
will,
along.
it will. So I'm going into my down bag, which is a bit creased actually, but that'll be all right.
We can give it a little press with your
And I
prom.
can. Just if the ruler is,
Well, you can pop that on.
Pop it on
'Cause that's
top.
what I love about that
Yeah.
June Taylor. It just pops on
Yeah.
onto every project. It's great.
no, it is actually, that's a massive ruler, which is good because sometimes when you are the 12-inch one, which I think 12.5 is what I've got, sometimes when you're doing like widths of fabric, it's
Yeah.
good to have that extra size. Okay, so how many of these do we need then? 2, maybe 3, I'm thinking. So let's pop that on. And line shot.
You're all good.
Yeah. I must
You were
admit, I
about to
do.
grab the Premiere then, weren't you?
And I love this because it's a brand new one.
Oh, I love a new blade.
So we're doing, I said 2, didn't
2
I?
inches,
Yes,
yes.
thank you. I think so I've got it upside down. I'm struggling to see that one. Yeah.
See, it doesn't matter whether it's the right way around or not for me. I always follow it along.
And did I say I needed probably, let's do another one. What the heck? There we go. No. But yeah, it's just, oh, lovely.
So how often are you treating yourself to a new blade in your rotary cutter then?
Not enough, I'm afraid. I know it's like the needle as well in my machine. So I did some FPP with you on the retreat, and after I'd finished, I thought, right, I'm going to put a fresh needle in.
Changes everything, doesn't it?
I didn't.
But it really does. I think it's those
does.
little things that we don't do that actually really changes our sewing experience.
Yeah, definitely. It's a habit, isn't it? Right, so then I'm needing a 1, 2, 3. So let's go back into here. This is my 1, 2, 3 pile.
I love the way this is also organised.
There we go. Let's turn around that way and put a neater edge.
And again, you're just cutting 1 2-inch strip out of this one, is that right?
And then that should be... I mean, it gets fun when... We've not had to do too much unpicking yet, but as you get into it, you can see it gets jumbled up a little bit, so you have to unpick and then sew them back together again. But it's just like doing a bit of a jigsaw, really.
We love a jigsaw.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just straighten up. I nearly did it again now with that. And we just need one of these, don't we? So... Oops, that's not good. So I've cut to 1.5. So
That's all right.
go back.
You can rotate the ruler if you want.
Yeah, that would have been sensible, John, because that's it, I've got it. Right, that's it.
So we've got about 15 minutes left for your demo.
Okay, no problem.
I'm not rushing you, don't worry. I saw immediate little pick up your step there. Don't worry, you're doing great.
Right, so let's go back to the instructions. So we've got a 10 and a 9. So 10 at the bottom and 9. Then we're doing a 3, 2, 1, as they say. So I need to take off number 4.
These fabrics are so rich, though. They're lovely.
Yeah, they are. They're nice to work with.
And these are available by the ½ metre as well. I'm hoping there's some of this left after the show.
Yeah. Is that a Macao on that one?
Yeah.
I'll take that off.
Look at you knowing all the fabrics. It is a Macao.
Yes.
The Yuletide. That's very new as well.
Right, so I'm
Love that.
sewing. So I have to just keep checking, but it's fine to keep checking.
But isn't that stitch remover so much fun?
Yeah.
And so quick as well.
Yeah. I do love it. But yeah, because if you've got to unpick something, you might as well make it fun.
Fun, exactly.
Okay, so that's a 3, 2, 1, and then we need a 9, 10 on the end of there. So that's 9, 10. But once you get into swing, you do pick up your pace and...
Of course.
Okay. And then...
So that's rows 1 and 2 that you've just done now.
So we just need a singular 1, which is the creamy colour, isn't it? So it's a 9, yeah. But yeah, it doesn't matter how many times you check.
No, use the seam repair.
I'm going to, but I tend to just get the first one started.
Ah,
top
tip.
And then I find I can get in straight away.
I love that. And the fact that it doesn't damage your fabric in any way, I think for me, because I've learnt so many different tricks on ripping seams out. And Ricky Timms, what he does is he undoes 2 or 3 stitches like you just did.
Yeah.
But he literally just takes the fabric and then rips it apart. And I got very confident on that until one day I did that, pulled the fabric, and the fabric tore all the way through. And I just thought, not doing that again.
Yeah.
But this seam ripper, I absolutely adore that.
Yeah, I think that's what put me off initially, because I was convinced that I would be hacking into my fabric, but you don't at all.
You really don't.
So I'm going
and even
down
with these
on this
metallics, it doesn't damage your metallic at all.
No. So these are all going down. I'm sort of setting them, honestly.
You're all good.
But then you'll see.
I get my little steam out now.
Yeah, okay, well, actually I turned it off, didn't I? They'll nest then, hopefully, really nicely. We'll sew the row on.
And those wonder clips, I tell you, I'm always telling people that there are loads of different ways and uses for wonder clips.
Yeah.
But they really are good.
So just make sure that it's number 9, isn't it? Because it's very easy to pick it up the wrong way.
It is. Well, that's why we check.
Yeah. Okay. So you can see how easily it comes together. She says that I think I may be unthreaded. Yeah.
Oh.
I can just...
I think the bobbins come out.
Yeah, the bobbins, yeah, it's just... bear with me. With scissors.
So while we're doing that, because of course technical issues do occur, we have got this fabulous bundle for you today. It's got the wonderful set of instructions, as well as 7.5 metres of fabric. It was 1.5 metres of the creamy, starry, Osnaburg-esque fabulous fabric here. And then we've got 1 metre of this gorgeous crimson. And then so there's gorgeous metre of that crimson then. 1.5 metres of that there. It's just so beautiful. And then 0.5 metre of all of these gorgeous fabrics here. It's just such great value, and there's so many of them. 7.5 metres of fabric there in total, as well as your wonderful set of instructions. And that was a very quick repair.
Okay, yes,
now,
we're back
your
on track.
top bit of your thread, you've missed the thing on the top. I'm just wondering if that's part of where the top of your needle is. You just need to catch the thread at the top of your needle. You see they've got a little section there. Yeah. Sorry, but if I know what it's like. If you miss one tiny
in
little...
there. Needs to go down.
Behind that one, and then at the very top of the needle.
There.
There we go.
Yeah.
Sorry about
That's
that.
okay.
And then if you follow it where the number 7 is. Perfect. We're looking at the wonderful kit that we've got there. That's with the option for the LED lights.
Okay.
And that's with the lights on and with the lights off in the studio. Doesn't it look so effective? And I think it's really great if you haven't got space for a Christmas tree. Isn't that just a lovely way to be able to celebrate Christmas as well?
It is, it's very nice.
And I'm loving the LED lights on it as well.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, and you can also add up charms and things, which we'll talk about in a bit.
Yes.
So I'll quickly show you how to, because you wouldn't do this at this stage. You'd make them all, you'd lie them all out, you'd number them, like I said, so that you can check you've got your placement fine. But then when you do come to sew them together, you're going to sew them together in twos and also go up and down like we tend to do, so you don't get that curve if you can. So it's row number 1.
That's the one you made at the beginning of your
It's the
demo.
first one. And then this is row number 2 I've just made. So we will pop them together. So and nest the seams up.
And it does make your sewing experience so much easier if you've got those seams to nest up, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. Pop a couple of pins. I mean, I would probably, if I was doing this, pin all the way along, because I am a pinner.
I'm not.
I know you would just wing it, wouldn't you? But I mean, to be fair, they do. You can see they do nest nicely, so they shouldn't move when you're on the machine. So probably just do a few.
But the thing is, even if you're new to sewing, I do think you should pin, and until you feel confident not to. And I know people have been sewing for 40 years and they still pin like crazy, and you do get a much more accurate seam on it.
And especially if you've got
Unlike
nice
me,
pins.
who wings it, and then none of my points match.
When you've got nice pins like these are.
They're lovely, aren't they? Those are the clover flower head ones.
And the magnetic holder as well.
Oh, that magnet! I've got 2 in the studio.
I've just bought one as well. Yeah.
They're lovely. I've got Sylvia going around after me picking pins up when I drop them.
Good old Sylvia. Right, so there we have it. So now.
And that bit's relatively easy then.
Yeah.
Because it's
So we're just
one
going to go
long
all the way
stretch.
down. So have we got time?
Oh, you're
to
going
go
to,
down?
of course.
Yeah.
You've got about 2-3 minutes left.
Okay, so I'll just quickly go down. Oh, I don't think I've threaded it right, have I? Maybe we won't go down. Oops.
So we can, I think it's the bobbin's gone a bit funny. Do
Yeah.
you want to just take the bobbin out and pop the bobbin back in? Because sometimes the thread goes a bit wonky on there.
Yeah, because it was looking okay initially, wasn't it? So, all right, but
So if you wind that bobbin down, that thread now, down towards you, pull that blue thread towards you.
yeah. Oh yeah.
And so take the lid off. So if you pull it towards me and then go there and now there you go.
Yeah.
That should do it now perfectly.
Oh, mine doesn't have that on it actually, so I just leave
It's just... No.
No.
We're
Right,
going to
so
take a
that's
little break from our little sewing machine now. It happens.
It's fine. Well, all I was going to do is
But
just
all you're
sew.
doing is you're literally just stitching from
Yeah.
the top to the bottom.
And then I'd press them open this time when you've done that. And then what you do is they'll all go together in your rows. And you can see there, so I've got from 3 to 6 there.
So if you can bring that a little bit towards you, just pull that strand down towards you, people can see from there.
Yep.
And if you rotate that to the back, let's have a look and see what the back looks like of the piece you've sewn together, so people can then get an idea of how you've nested everything together. I think that shows really beautifully there.
Pressed open.
And then, you press your seams open on the central seams. Brilliant. Does the pattern recommend that as well?
I think it did, yes. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. But say sometimes when you're pressing long strips, they want to go a particular way anyway, don't they? So long as they look flat, then that's fine. But yeah, literally all I would have done if that was sewn is then you would sew that to that piece.
So if you'd started with the Osnaburg-esque fabric at the top, you'd then start with the pattern fabric at the bottom to make sure you're going in alternate directions, wouldn't you?
That's right. And then literally the other side of it, obviously as you're coming down then now, you're going to have more of these pieces and less of the background.
Of course.
To do.
So
But
you enjoyed the process of Bargello's?
I did, I loved it. It was really, I would definitely recommend anybody who hasn't dabbled with Bargello's yet to give it a go. And so you've got lots of fabric left as well, so you could make a cushion or some Christmas makes to go with it.
But there's so much fabric in here, 7.5 meters. It's such a great
But
deal.
if you just get, if you're an organised person, you'll love it, because some people are, aren't they? They like to get everything cut, they like to label things, so this is a dream. But if you're not an organised person, this will make you organised.
It does, it really does. Because I think with Bargello's, if you haven't got that organisation, you'll struggle a little bit. But it's the tiny little pieces of paper that just make it so much easier. Numbering each section as you go. I love the bag idea, putting everything in different sizes. That's
so then
really
if you've had
good.
enough, say, you've done a couple of hours, you can just literally scoop up things into your bag, and then literally next time you come, you know which column you're on, you've labelled everything up, you can go again. And then, so once the tree's finished, there's some borders to put on. Again, it's all in the instructions, and as I say, I cut those last. But you just sew the sides on first, and then the top and the bottom. I think it looks really pretty.
So talk me through the LED lights. How did you put these on?
Right.
Because these are an additional little option that we're
They
doing.
are.
They are $2.99, are they?
Yeah.
$2.99.
The lights you can do two ways. I've actually today sewn them on the outside and I just hand sewn them, but you can sew them on the back and then they'll shine through because they're LED. You'll get a different effect, maybe a bit softer. So it just depends on whether you want them on the back or on the front. But yeah,
love
just
it. Because
tiny
we've got a
little
couple of pictures here of it, what we took before the studio. We had them with the lights, studio lights on, and then we turned all the studio lights off. And look there with all the studio lights off,
they
how
look like
effective it
proper
looks.
bulbs on there,
It
don't
really
they?
looks great.
Yeah.
And I think it's just so nice to be able to have something so special.
But also, I know you've got some charms on that I've seen over the shows, because I was thinking, because obviously I do a bit of card making, so I was thinking bells, but now I've seen your lovely charms that you've got, and I thought you could actually make this into something like, did one lady say she was going to do it for a caravan? So every year, like normally you would buy a bauble for your tree at home, perhaps you could buy a charm and just sew them on.
Wonderful.
And you could go in the little corners or anywhere, and you could really
such a good idea.
have some fun with it, couldn't you? So it could
Now-
be an heirloom piece.
I have to say, have you ever... Now, anybody who's shopped on our website before knows that we share our website with Jewellery Maker. Have you ever Googled charms on Jewellery Maker? At about 2 o'clock this morning, I was still in a charms spiral. There are hundreds on there, and they are absolutely incredible. Now, the one thing most people don't know about is, our £3.95 P&P all day, that's for us as well as Jewellery Maker. So if you get anything from Jewellery Maker today, you're still paying only the £3.95 P&P. So if you do pop on our website, type in sewingstreet.com, and if you just type in the word charms, I think it was 14 or 16 pages that pops up. It's absolutely incredible, and there are so many beautiful charms in there.
And they've got some, is it Swarovski crystals that you can hot fix on? And I'm thinking, because something like this...
Quilt it first.
Yeah, and then I would... You're probably not going to be watching
Ask
it.
me how I know.
But then you could put, you could have some real fun with it,
You
couldn't
really
you?
could, couldn't you?
Yeah, so no, it's a really nice...
And I love this because the pattern, once you've made your Christmas one, you could do different trees on it as well. You're doing different fabrics.
Yeah, but literally you have got plenty of fabric left
over.
So you could definitely make some cushions or just use that for your other Christmas makes and things. Actually, I'll show you quickly because you're asking what this was, weren't you?
Oh yes, you've got this.
Yeah, so when you have finished, you'll have bits of your strips left. So I thought what I would do is just literally pop my ruler on and cut a Christmas tree. And then that
that's so...
you can put onto a cushion, applique it onto a cushion, do some free motion.
Nice.
Yeah. Kerry did some nice, or you mean you could do a star or anything. So
I love
that. Plenty of fabric left.
Now, Sarah, for your first Bargello, you've done incredibly well. Well done.
Thank
And
you.
get that Angie out and start working on it.
I'm going to work up to that
And
now.
you're back up in an hour's time. In hour's time?
Hour's time, 10 o'clock.
Hour's time, 10 o'clock. What are you making there?
I'm doing another quilt.
Love it. So, Sarah, thank you so much. We're going to now remind you all how it is that you shop with us, and we'll be right back in a few minutes.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Welcome back. Now I'm just going to remind you what it is that we had on this hour. This fabulous, fabulous quilt from Sarah Ablett. Sally Ablett. Sally, I'm so sorry I called you Sarah. My apologies. Sally Ablett has designed this. Isn't it gorgeous? We had Sarah in doing our demo, which is why I got confused. Sorry about that. So Sally has created this wonderful design. Lovely, lovely pattern. Loads of detail on it. Lots of guides on how to do it. You've got your colour chart on the back as well. And that is included in your kit. So that is the instructions, and you've got 7.5 meters of fabric here. Absolutely huge amounts there. You've got 1.5 meters of this background fabric there. You've got 1 meter of the border, and then all of these wonderful patterns above that are 0.5 meter of each one of these. Now I have to say there are some beautiful fabrics in here. I'm just going to show you a few of these. Is this one not available anymore? This one is no longer available by the 0.5 meter, but just look at the detail on this. Aren't they just incredible? Now, these are only available in our little bundle. Absolutely beautiful there. We've also got another one of these. Look at the detailing on here, and the metallics are just so vibrant. Loving that. And you can see as I'm moving that, the way it just shimmers in the light. It's brilliant. Loving that. We've got some fabulous fabrics there. So that's 7.5 meters of fabric, and the instructions to make that gorgeous, gorgeous quilt behind us. Now, one of the great things about this is we've got this fabulous Stripology ruler, which, as you heard with Sarah, she was saying it works so, so well to be able to make a Bargello, being able to accurately cut your strips across, as well as going lengthways and breadthways. And let me explain that a bit closer here. Sorry, that didn't make sense. So over here, you're cutting all your pieces into 3-inch strips this way, but you're also cutting your fabric this way as well into 1 3/4, 2 inches here. So you can see all the different widths along here. The Stripology works so well to be able to do that, and you can cut these to the closest quarter of an inch all the way along, and it just makes your life so so much easier to be able to make this quilt. So, so good. And if you want to add some extra wonderful decorations other than the gorgeous charms, go and look on Jewelry Maker for those. We've got these fabulous LED lights, 315 centimeters here. 20 LED lights, and the great thing with the LED, they don't get hot, so you can leave them on as long as you like, and they're not going to damage your quilt in any way at all. Really, really great there. And they're only $3.99 today. I thought you said they were $2.99, Hannah? $3.99. Perfect. Such a great deal today. We've also got our fabulous early bird that I was showing you earlier. 10 different spools from Gutman, 100 meters of each, all polyester. And we've got our wonderful bobbin holders at the top. These boxes are so well made that you can't get them out very easily. We've got these wonderful little bits where you can pop the bobbins on there. Really, really great early bird for you today. £1.69 per spool on these. It's such a great colourway on all of those as well. And the best thing about our Christmas in July, everybody who checks out over the weekend, you only get one for the whole weekend. So if you've done 2 orders, one yesterday and one today, you're only going to get 1 badge. But don't forget to keep your little piece of paper. There's a little surprise on the back of that for you. Don't forget that. But every single time you check out today, and it doesn't matter if you do it 3 or 4 times during the day, each time you actually check out, you're going to be entered into a competition, and you're going to stand a chance of winning 10 fat quarter packs worth over £100. 3 different chances of winning those. So how many fat quarters are in each pack? Is there 5? That's going to be 50 fat quarters you're able to win there. Such a great deal. All of that. So next we've got our wonderful advent calendar coming up with Janis. Really excited about one of these. I've never made an advent calendar. Really excited to see about how to do that. Oh, we've already had a message in from Kay. Morning, Kay. Oh my goodness. So we haven't even had it on yet, and she's already bought 4 advent calendars. Was it for her grandchildren? Wonderful. And she's very excited about the demo next. But you're doing it the perfect way of doing that. If you are wanting to just focus completely on the demo, everything that's on today's show is on the website. So you can go ahead and place your order, get it ordered, and then you can just sit back and watch the demo. Don't forget, if you have got something in your basket, please make sure you check out, because we don't want you to miss out if stocks get low. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
To see me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janis from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter, but I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great,
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
and it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Hello there, I'm Debbie Shaw and I would love you to join me on the first Monday of every single month for Sewing Street Surgery. Now this is a dedicated hour where I answer your questions, and that could be questions about techniques, it could be questions about tools, it could be questions about new products, or maybe something that you've seen that you just don't understand. There's a lot of questions about tensions on sewing machines, and there's a lot of questions about working with different weights of fabrics. So if you have a question that you'd like to ask me, the easiest way to bring a question over to us is to go to our Facebook page and post your question on there. I will collate all of those questions throughout the week. If we need any new products for you, or if we need any new demonstrations, those will all be worked on leading up to that first Monday of the month. So do join me, Debbie Shaw, on Sewing Street Surgery on the first Monday.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Christmas is going to be here before we know it, and as with every year, we want to make sure that we get our makes ready in time for gifting on the big day or for decorations in the lead up. We're here to help with our Christmas make shows, starting with our 3-day event on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August, and we'll be live for 5 hours each day too. Expect lots of festival quilting, FPP, dressmaking and needle felting to make all your decorations, advent calendars, cushion covers and so much more. We'll have our expert tutorials from some of our favourite guest designers and a fabulous competition exclusively for our Sewing Street family. Keep your eyes peeled on our email newsletter, Facebook and Instagram for more details in the run-up. And don't forget to tune in from 8 AM till 1 PM on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August on Freeview Channel 74, Sky 670 or on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back, 9 AM, the fabulous Janis is here. And we've got our first advent calendar of Christmas. I am so excited. Look at those gorgeous colours. And the detailing on this panel is so, so special. So, so cute. Now, the great thing with these pockets, we've got a little ritual in our household where I put a little sweetie or a little chocolate in there or something really small, you know, like a little ring. You just pop a little bit of jewellery in. We do work with Jewellery Maker, you know, you can go and make lots of jewellery, put in there. You can put little diamond earrings in all of those as well. They're just so good, but I love the detail on this panel. It's so adorable. And the great thing is you've got loads of different ways of being able to embroider on the top here. We've got these fabulous different types of threads that we stock, and it's a nice way to be able to use some really special threads that you've got here. And the good thing is you've got tiny little spaces here to put things in, and you can pop any different type of, you can put chocolates in there, little toys, little sweets. They're just so brilliant. But the good thing is with this is you can make them with kids, and kids can get involved to be able to do this. And they could make little things to put in them as well. They're really sweet. My husband collects Lego, and Lego fits in here these perfectly, those tiny little Lego men. You can have a little whole advent calendar of little Lego people sticking out in there. There are loads of options on it. And it is such a beautiful feeling kit. You're also getting your wonderful backing fabric for this today. And just look how, it's just so, so lovely to see. So let me show you what the kit is today. I'm going to pop this back up over here. Oh, that's a good idea. Over here, you could also do some embroidery, the names of the people whose advent calendar it is. I love that. Such a great one. So you're getting this fabulous panel here. Let me open this panel up. But what I love about these advent calendars is that each of them have got the wonderful instructions. So you see down the bottom, you've got all these wonderful instructions down there, but also not only are you getting those instructions, You're also getting these wonderful little features here that you can add. And also you've got these labels here, which I love a fabric label. I love naming my quilts and putting these details on. So if you've made this advent calendar, you can then go and pop your name on there. And that's where those beautiful embroidery stitches on your sewing machine come in place. Those gorgeous alphabet fonts that we never use. Perfect way of being able to do them. And all these different decals over here, they are so lovely. Pop those on with some, put some Bonder web on the back of those. You've got a lovely cushion. You've got a separate project there as well. Really, really lovely. So that's just the panel. We haven't even spoken about what else is coming with this. That's the lovely panel there. And then you've got a metre of, it is a metre of this yellow, isn't it? Is it a metre? Getting a metre of that. Oh, it's so, so lovely. As well as this wonderful pack of wadding, which you've got loads left over with as well, don't you? I'm just looking over to Janis to get confirmation. You're getting a whole load of wadding there as well left over. So you're getting not only the background fabric and the panel, but also the wadding. And that's going to be $19.99 today. Hannah, did you say we've had a message in? Oh, wonderful. Is that Sandra? Sandra's message in, and like me, she's going to be able to make one for her sister. I'm making one for myself. Pop gin in it. Little tiny bottles of gin all the way along. Love that. Also a message in from Mary. Morning, Mary. She loves the advent calendar and she collects little bits and bobs all the way through the year for her family, to be able to put them into something as beautiful as this. What a lovely message. Loving that. So this is going to be a really exciting hour. We're going to get Janis on now. We're just going to remind you how to shop with us.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
You go first.
Welcome, Janis. It's lovely to have
John.
you. Nice to see you.
Hello, John.
Hello.
I have another John.
Oh, another John. Who's your other John? Oh,
So,
right,
yeah.
I'm with you now. I'm with you now. Sorry, I was like, what?
So, and you're as lovely as the other John.
I love
So
this.
it's lovely to have met you this
And
morning
you,
for the first
it's nice
time.
to have
So-
you. And I see you're
so-
proudly wearing your badge.
I am.
Everybody who buys over the weekend gets a wonderful badge.
Yes, it's
Have
lovely.
you heard about the
isn't it? Get some
competition as well?
bargains. No, I haven't, to be honest. I haven't
So
had
every time you
so-
buy, every purchase you make, you end up getting one of these.
Nice.
Entered into a competition in order
That's
to win one of
lovely.
these.
All ready
50
for
fat
Christmas.
quarters.
That's wonderful. All for Christmas as well. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely stunning.
Do you know
So
what
the
I'm just
fabrics
thinking?
are gorgeous.
These badges would work perfectly in your advent calendar. You could put that as your little
Yes.
gift.
Yes,
That's
you
the
could.
perfect size.
What a good idea.
Really good idea.
We'll
It's
have
not
to
mine,
start
it's
buying
Hannah's.
them.
I'm just
It's
repeating what
Hannah's.
she's telling me right now.
We're going to have to start buying all these badges up and it to all our family and friends, and then, you know.
Whenever I go to America, I buy loads of these. I've got hundreds of them. I
You've got
love them.
hundreds of
They're
them.
brilliant.
Oh, lovely.
So you're going to be
lovely.
making
So
that
I'm
wonderful
going to
advent
make
calendar
this
behind
advent
you.
calendar, yeah. But what you can't see really as well on this top part,
You
I
can
did
take it off.
actually quilt round it. I did quilt the top bit. So it's got a bit of a nice quilting feel
wonderful.
to it. I don't know whether we can see that on the camera.
Of course we can.
So
Who's
just
going to come on the
zoom in.
overhead now?
Just zoom in on there, so that's all nicely quilted at the back. So it's up to you whether
Very
you want
well
to quilt
quilted.
it or not. So, but no, it's nice, isn't it? Because I'm not a quilter, as people know. So if I'm doing a quilting project, it's lovely because it's something different for me.
is.
So it's really nice.
How brilliant.
So what I've actually done, I've what you have to do to start with, you actually cut round the actual calendar.
But I love. What did you do with your name badges and everything? They're
Well,
so
the name
adorable.
badges. I did have a go at making one and I was putting holly on it, but it just didn't go right. I thought, typical. So, and then I didn't have time because I do work full time, so I just didn't have time then. And I thought, oh damn, but they're lovely,
These
aren't
decals
they?
are
They're
so
absolutely
lovely.
amazing.
The detailing on this panel is incredible, isn't it?
It's amazing. It's amazing. So, and all the instructions are on the side as well. So
Now, how did you find the instructions? Because sometimes they can be a little bit complicated.
Really easy, because the first one, it just says cut out calendar cutting along the edge of panel.
Now, did you leave a 1/4 inch seam? Do you need to? You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then you create pockets by folding along lines marked fold, and then pin or baste and press. Now, I did recommend, once you do baste them, to hold them in place.
Right.
So they're all lined up properly with the actual, they've got markings on as they're going down, the segments. And because they're in a line, you want to make sure that when you do the fold, let me leave that there, so that when you do the fold, it actually lines up and doesn't go off. So it's best to baste it. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to move this out the way, and I'm going to show you what we did with the fold. So move that over there for now. So if you look, if you can see it as well, you can see let me just get into the camera. Right, so here you've got the fold markings on the side, and these are all the way up, okay?
Right.
I've actually done some already, and you can see my basting lines there that I've basted across. So you've got the folds there. So what you do, you pinch that fold, and then you fold it up to that fold there. And that's the first step as you go along.
Right.
Because you're going to cut the fabric and the batting out afterwards.
Okay.
Once you've done all these, just to save on the batting and the fabric, really. I think that's what they think about. So what you do first, you just bring that up and that to the other fold. And then I just put...
I love these wonder clips. I use them for everything.
Oh, I'll tell you, they're the best thing they ever invented. The best thing they ever invented. And I used to use paper clips and all sorts.
Paper clips? That's a clever one.
For certain bits. Yeah, it's doing the accounts, isn't it? And does it?
Well, you also do accounts.
Right. Yeah.
So was I.
That's what I do. I still do it full time. So then you line up the actual segments. I don't know, I can't think of the name for them really.
Do you want to bring it a little bit closer to me so Paul can reach you?
Oh, sorry.
Just makes your life a little easier.
Sorry.
I'll slide these over.
Can you see it, Paul?
Perfect, you're exactly right now.
I'm exactly right. So
what I do
if
is,
you look...
What I do is I always look at the 12 line, and if I'm the 12-inch line where your right hand is, 21. If you hit 21, you're fine.
Because I was thinking 10.
I've rotated the rule.
I was thinking 10. So I'm just going to pin those in first. And then I'll baste it. So just go along all the way. And what I would normally do as well, ladies and gentlemen, is I'd press this down.
We do have an iron under.
So I'll do that later.
And then to your left-hand side on the floor, we've got the most fabulous little June Taylor pressing mat that you can just put over your projects, anything you're working on. Just put that little mat on your left-hand side on the floor by your feet, left-hand side.
That one?
That one there.
Oh, right.
You just put it, and that's your ironing board. Isn't it just brilliant?
Yeah.
I love that little board.
That's really good, isn't it? So what I'll do, I'll baste them first and then give them a pressing.
Gosh, I'm hearing half the stock of this bundle's gone already. I'm not surprised, but Christmas is a big
because it is
sell.
lovely and it's a quick project. And
so Poppy's messaged in to say Merry Christmas. She's so excited.
Merry Christmas. I love Christmas. I'm a big kid when it comes to Christmas.
Now, your stitch length at the moment, before you start stitching, is 1.8. If you're doing a basting stitch, you might want to increase that.
I do need to increase
so
it.
on the button, up there, plus. There. Just press the plus. Keep going.
I want to do 5.
Perfect. Keep going.
I've never used this machine before.
It's beautiful.
No, never used it.
You'll love it. So your 1/4 inch seam is already set up for you. Now when you finish stitching, and come to the end, it's already pre-programmed. All you do is you see the little pair of scissors there, there. Press that and that will raise your presser foot and cut your fabric at the same time.
Okay.
It's brilliant. I don't know who set those settings up, but it's so brilliant.
It's good. Okay, so I'm just following the 1/4 inch, but all I'm doing is using the marker on the machine just to go down and baste it. So that's the first step. And just make sure the segments again are still lined up. Oops. Ooh, of course. I nearly sewed my top there.
Janice, that was the first time anyone has been on the show with me where they've caught themselves on the actual machine.
Oh, I tell you, you haven't seen nothing yet, John, trust me.
I'm excited.
Not with me. So do you do sewing yourself, John?
I run a little quilt shop.
Oh, do you?
So when I did accounts, I used to get paid. Now at the quilt shop, I never get paid. I barely make rent, but it's wonderful.
So why did you leave accounts?
Why do you stay in accounts? It's tough. It's a lovely business and it does pay the bills, but there are very few people who are passionate about it.
So you say, does it lift that foot up?
There we go.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, okay, that's good.
Now show me where you've stitched now, because
I've stitched.
And all you've done is a basting line
just a basting
to hold that all in
stitch,
place.
just to hold them in.
Now the reason you've done that is to keep the little green line going
and
vertically
the
all the way down.
Yeah, yeah. But I've gone
so
up a bit there, so it's if you look, it's.
Oh, you're fine.
But so the next step, it says, I'm going to work with this to show people how easy it is.
Do you want to pop your instructions here and then people can read those as you go?
Okay.
There you go.
Can they see it?
Of course.
That's it. So you cut the backing and the batting about 4 inches larger than the calendar after matching the pockets, which I've done because we've matched the pockets and everything. Then you get the batting, you lay the backing the right side down, then the batting and then the calendar.
Oh, right making it like a quilt sandwich.
So you're doing it like a sandwich, like you say. Yeah. So I've cut the actual.
Now, just to double check, in the bundle, you had enough of the backing and the binding?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So it was really good. So you lay the backing right side down.
I wish I could help.
This is it because they're big, aren't
they? The new rules, I can't do anything. I've got to just watch you do it.
Lay the backing right side down. Then the quilting.
And the good thing is the backing, it doesn't really matter because both sides are the right size.
That's it. That's it. There's little marks on this fabric though. It did go through that one.
But it's really good. It doesn't matter because you're putting it on the inside anyway.
I know,
no one's going to see.
I know.
And I love these because they're such good practice for people who've never quilted before.
I know, that's me.
And it's a lovely, but it's a nice project. And you've done this one. It's so beautiful. You've done it really, really well.
It's lovely to start with. A project.
And your quilting's very good. I'm impressed with that.
And if you're new to it, you live and learn.
Oh, I love you've done a little zigzag over here. You're just showing off now.
I've showed different.
You're showing
off.
off.
I did the zigzag in there, and then the straight line going down.
Love that. And then you've done this wonderful little variegated stitching up here as well.
Yeah, I did a bit. I had to practice.
So I know some of you may not have ever made a quilt sandwich before. So what it is you'll see that Janice has got the yellow fabric at the bottom, which is what we call your backing. And then you've got the wadding or batting, which is the polyester bit in the middle. And then you've got the front, which is the calendar face. You've got that on there as well. And you're doing exactly what I do as well. There's a couple of wonder clips on the edges.
Now,
and do you baste around the edges?
No, I baste all around it.
Perfect.
But I don't just do the edges. I do go round a bit to make sure I hold it down. So I'll be as quick as I can. But what I like about these wonder clips as well, they don't leave holes in the fabric.
Exactly.
They're quicker to work with than struggling and getting pins out.
Can I ask you a very personal question, Janice?
Go on.
How many wonder clips have you got?
I don't know.
Did you say you had a message in?
That box used to be full. That box used to be full. I've lost them over the years, and the dogs had them.
But that's the thing; they last for years. They really do.
And they're great. And pins. The thing is with pins, they end up on the floor, and it's like I said the other week. And if you've got animals,
I know.
they're lethal. And if they stab an animal, so it's not fair.
And those wonder clips, you know.
Yeah.
If the puppy chomps on a piece of plastic, that's not too bad. It's not
And
gonna
I've got
cause
an
any
American Bulldog
damage.
puppy.
Oh.
So
We were walking the other night and I saw a dachshund, and I'm dreaming of having a dachshund. Now, what we're doing at the moment is you'll see in the screen at the moment, we've got our wonderful wonder clips on the graphic there, so you can be able to look at those on the website. And what Janice is doing at the moment is she's going around and wonder clipping and attaching everything together, getting it all tucked in nice and tight there.
Because I'm going to baste it. You've got to baste it down, because especially if you're new to quilting, because it's just one of those things. Now the trouble is here, I need to probably cut it down a bit.
Well, what I normally do is we start in the middle and quilt out, but you're doing it slightly differently, which is going to work just as well.
Yeah, I might trim that
Now
down.
we've got some lovely scissors lined up.
I'm going to trim that down.
And I'm looking at them just across the room over there.
Okay. Have I got any scissors here?
They're just across over there. I'm not sure. Can I nip and get them?
They're paper scissors.
We're going to get some magic hands. Don't worry, they're coming.
Lovely. Just flatten it out.
Just to remind you all, this is what we're making over here.
Just flatten it all out. And I'll just trim it down.
On his way. Now these advent calendars, what I'd love, what would you put in these? Little chocolate coins?
Coins, makeup.
I do like the idea of a little bottle of gin.
If you've got the older childs as well, you could do like stick-on earrings and, you know what I mean, and things like that. Little pieces of jewellery. So...
Oh, hang on, I found some.
Have you?
Sorry, I can't touch them. You can grab that purple pair over there.
Okay.
Perfect.
Hang on.
There we go.
That's it. So if I just trim down... Just make sure that it's flat as you trim it.
You're left-handed.
So, I know.
We've got left-handed scissors for you. No, we got them in specifically for you. But you like we're using the right-handed, clearly.
Well, no, I've had to do it for years.
Oh, okay.
So it's, if you know what I mean, because I've had to do it for years before left-handed scissors were made, I'm used to doing right-handed scissors as well.
Well, we do have a lovely pair on that counter over there for you.
I did put them in my notes, but there we go. So again, all I'm going to do is just quickly just wonder clip it down so it's straight.
And I'm loving this. More than half of the bundles are gone now.
That's good. Good news. That's it. I love Christmas Day.
Now you've got you say American Bulldog?
Yeah.
Would he get an advent calendar?
Nancy.
Would she get an advent calendar?
Yeah, well, she's only 10 months old. Aww. And she's as big as me. She's not...
So in the studio area where I've got a studio in a complex with loads of other artists and different designers, and we have a little office dog called Suki, which is the most gorgeous Cavapoo. And Suki got her own advent calendar from me, but she was only in the office, I think it was 2 days a week. So every time they opened their office door, she came bounding down the corridor into my studio, and then she just sat waiting for her treat on the 3 days that she was in. It was brilliant.
Oh, they're gorgeous, aren't they? You can't beat dogs, can you? So, right, now all I'm going to do now is...
And you're still on the basting stitch.
Basting stitch all the way around. Please do this. Don't not do it, because I did it first thinking I could be smart and not having to do it. And it started puckering at the back and that, and I thought, no, not good enough, I want it. So I undid it all and I basted it. So please, if you're new to quilting, please baste and take the wonder clips out as you're going along. So I'm just going down. It's my seam ripper. It's always me and the seam ripper.
Love them, they come in really, really handy. We've had a message in from somebody called Lucy. Hello, Lucy.
Hello, Lucy.
Saying good morning, everybody. She what? Lovely Janice and John, good morning.
Morning.
So lovely to have Janice back on our screens.
Oh.
She's spending her Saturday with us this morning.
Oh.
Merry Christmas from Lucy. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Seems weird saying
Mark.
that now, doesn't it?
She said, Mark has messaged in and asked us to say good morning to Sandra. Hi, Sandra.
Morning, Sandra.
She's feeling a little bit under the weather, so we're all going to send you Sewing Street love. Feel better soon, Sandra.
Feel better soon. But what a way to spend. You're not feeling very well sitting watching us on TV. Nothing could be better. So what type of music do you like, John?
Oh, anything poppy.
Anything what?
Poppy and bouncy.
Poppy, yeah. Went to see the Spice Girls with my daughter
Oh,
when they last done the
brilliant.
concert. So, and she said, Mum, why didn't you take me to see it the first time out? Just doing this basting again. Still. And don't forget as well, these basting stitches can be taken out. So don't worry about
We have a
showing
stock
bit.
warning on the advent calendar. Let me all remind you what it is you're getting. You're getting this wonderful panel. You're getting a metre of this gorgeous yellowy gold, as well as the wadding to make this project. £19.99. They're in single figures at the moment, so please, if it's in your basket, please make sure you check out. We don't want you to lose out on these. It's such a wonderful product. And don't forget, every one of you that check out today, over the weekend, if you haven't checked out yesterday, you get one for the whole weekend. You're getting one of our wonderful Sewing Street badges for Christmas. They are so, so adorable. But hang on to that little piece of paper, because there's a little surprise gift for you on the back of it. And anybody who buys anything over the weekend, you're entered into a competition to win 50 fat quarters, 10 fat quarter bundles there worth over £100. 3 lots of those prizes are going to be going to some lucky person who's shopping with us over the weekend. And that'll be drawn over the weekend. And on Monday morning, Debbie's got the lovely job of being able to announce who the winner is. Are you winning?
No, it's all right. It just started playing up a bit. The actual, I had to bear with me. No, what happened was it just stopped stitching. So I've just had to, look, I'm just going to have to shove it along.
We call that some friendly persuasion.
I know.
Do you want to put your hand at the back and drag it for a little bit? It might be caught.
So I'm putting it through in the seam.
Brilliant.
That's where seam makers are good.
Indeed. Now, do you do a lot of Christmas makes?
Yes.
Good.
I do Christmas makes.
When do you start?
That's normally about October. I don't normally start early. So, but I haven't got that much. You see, a lot of my family live abroad.
Right.
So
still post
my brother's in Canada.
I love Canada. Do you get to go out often?
Yeah, last time I was there, well, the last time I was there was when the World Cup was on. We were trying to go there this year, but of course couldn't do it. So, yeah, so it's, and then I've got my cousin in Carolina, North Carolina.
Gosh, they're all international.
They're all, yeah. Then I've got my other cousin in Toronto. So I've got, you know, and of course they're all growing up. But when I've ordered the 6 books on the next show, we have got my cousins having babies, so we're getting them ready.
Brilliant.
So, but yeah, we'll be getting them ready.
So
Janice
and I, shall we tell everybody?
Come on.
So Janice and I were looking at what she's making at, I've forgotten what time it is, at 11 o'clock. And both of us turned to Hayley. Hey, the telly's in today. We're all on best behaviour. We all turned around and said, yeah, can you put some of those aside for us? So we've already bought our I never get to buy anything. But that's the book that we're making in the next hour. It's this one over here.
I warn you, you're going to buy them.
It's gorgeous. It's really, really beautiful.
And
is it on the website yet,
simple
Hannah?
to make.
Oh, already on the website. So do go and have a look at those.
So simple to make.
So beautiful.
They are beautiful. And
Really
the quality
beautiful.
again.
It's stunning.
Sewing Court and Sewing Street, the quality.
The quality is fantastic.
All these fabrics.
Well, you know
they're
it
just
is when
beautiful.
Janice is buying 6 and I'm buying 2.
They are.
The only time I
they
bought 2 was yesterday with Victoria Peat buying 2 of her gorgeous little cushions. Did you see them? Oh, don't look, Janice.
I was still sewing last night.
So good.
Really? Oh,
Me too.
we'll
I
have
was
to have a
sewing
look.
this morning at 3 o'clock to get them all ready to go.
Right then, so the next bit, again, is going down. We're just going to do... Now, what I did on the back of that one is, like you say, I did the triangles, if you know what I mean. So I suppose we could do that freehand going across first. And then I'll do a line of stitching, 2 lines of stitching going down.
Now, those lines of stitching, that won't be basting. That would be what size
machine.
would you do?
I'd do 3.
3.
3 normally. So, yeah, so if I do the triangles first and show them how to do that.
You don't
and
have
then
to do
down.
triangles. You can do any stitch you
I know,
like.
you can do anything. But
because there's loads of zigzag stitches on. I'm not sure if the foot's the right foot on the machine.
I know,
though.
that's the thing, isn't it? So I'll leave it. I'll just do the...
Straight lines. Just do straight lines.
Just do straight lines.
Because you've got about 22...
Yeah.
How long have we got left on the demo?
I'll do...
about 25, 30 minutes. You're
Yeah.
fine. You do as many stitches as you like.
I was just going to get
You
manoeuvring
can drop
with
the feed dogs out. If you pull that drawer ahead of you, you can get the darning foot out. You can do what you like.
No, I'm not going to do that. Why not? Too complicated on this machine because I don't know the machine. So if I just start off doing my triangles. So machine, needle, down.
So we've had a message in from Helen and Beatrice. Morning.
Down we go there.
Very good question. They're asking, would you advise people to use the walking foot to do this?
Then again, yes and no, because it's not that thick.
It's not.
It's not like it's 2 or 3 pieces.
You can do it either way.
You can do it either way, but you can do. It's up to you. It's all according as well how much quilting you're going to do. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well,
So,
if you're still watching at 12 o'clock, you'll see I spent 6 hours quilting one of my projects for today. It's smaller than the advent calendar.
And you spent 6 hours, exactly.
I love doing it though.
It is good, isn't it?
Oh, we've had a message. Was it Helen? Oh, still Helen and Beatrice,
I'll just do
yes?
this one. I'll just do this one.
When her daughter was a baby, in her advent calendar, she had a 25-inch piece jigsaw and she put a different jigsaw piece in each day. Helen, that's genius!
What a good idea.
And then on Christmas Day, they did the jigsaw puzzle.
What a
really good
brilliant
idea. And it's good because you can get all the kids involved with that as well. What a clever idea. Well
That is a
done.
great
Like
idea,
that.
isn't it?
My godchild's too old for jigsaws now.
Have you got children?
No.
Mine's too old now. Mine's too old now.
We're very lucky. We've got lots of people with lots of children around, so we feel like we've got...
Then again, though, I'll tell you what I do. I do jigsaws.
Oh, I love jigsaws.
On the iPad. And I've got my mum into it.
No, there's nothing better than doing a whole jigsaw
Oh, I
on your
know
own.
that.
I love that.
But I know that, but... No. Okay, I'll just get rid of it for now. So I'm just going and doing the zigzag and just turning it and doing my own thing. Like you can with this, you can do anything with it, can't you? You can be really clever and use your machines to... Because the only thing I'm a bit worried about with this machine, I don't know it.
Well, you're doing great. Can I just ask you a favour, though? Would
Yeah.
you move your pin, the rose gold magnetic pin thing? I'm just terrified it's going to fall off the table.
Because you can't go and pick it
Oh
up,
my
can
goodness,
you?
the advent calendar is officially sold out. I love it when I can do this because the minute we sell a kit out, I get to pick it up and I get to put it down under the table because it's gone. I can't have it on the table anymore.
Oh, is that right?
I love doing that.
It is worth it, though.
But that
It's
machine
lovely.
is really lovely to use,
It's a nice
isn't
machine.
it?
I've got to practice
It's
with
really
it.
lovely. It's a considered purchase, but my goodness, it's good.
No, it is nice, the 680.
Oh, now your wonder clips are going to go on the floor. Sorry, Janice.
I'm just doing this, and then this just shows you what you can do. And then we'll start with the binding. So, I'll show you how to do the binding.
Can you show us how to do the side strips? Because I think that's going to be something that people would struggle with.
Yeah. Well, if I show you the binding,
Oh, right, okay.
and then, because it's all done as one. If you know what I'm saying. Because once I show you the binding, you'll know that, oh, I'm going off a bit here. Normally I would now unpick that, but...
You're on live telly, Janice. We don't have
I know.
time for that. Sarah's taken her lovely little kit, Have you seen those electric seam rippers?
No.
Oh my goodness. Go and look on the website. They are on the website.
Electric?
You're joking. Are they gone? Sorry. You can't look at them. They're gone.
They're gone.
Literally, every time we have them on and we mention them, they go. They are so good.
I haven't seen them. I'm the seam ripping king.
Every time I want to give you
Normally
something, Janice, it's
there.
over there.
I know. I've got my own there.
No, you haven't lived until you tried one of these. They are incredible.
That's amazing. Right. We're nearly there.
You're all right. Got loads of time. You've got 24 minutes.
That's okay then.
Plenty of time.
Right. Ooh.
But yes, do look at, if you watch back Sarah's show, you'll be able to see that seam ripper is so good.
I'll watch the seam.
When my husband saw it, he looked at it and said, that looks like a nose hair trimmer. And he's not wrong, because it's just 2 blades, but it is so good.
Yeah.
It really makes you look forward to unpicking things. And I love that we've used a slightly lighter thread on this as well.
It is, because it can see
what
I'm doing. I'm not saying nothing. Where I've gone off. I'm just going up and down now, so. Oh, funny. Okay. And away we go. Right, that's it then. Wonderful. Okay.
So show the back as well. I think the back might be easier to see what we've done.
You can see it's
all that looks great.
But that's...
So if you push it a little bit forward, there you go. A bit more.
Bit more.
Perfect.
That's it.
That's not bad. Live telly,
it's
what
not
could
bad
possibly
for
go
the
wrong?
first attempt.
It looks great.
Because normally you'd just be more accurate than me. I'm just doing it.
That's brilliant. Because one thing I just know, so just talking about the front of the panel, I can see here on this one, you've done your stitching going down here as well.
Yeah.
So you do that after you've put the binding on?
No.
So you do that next?
I would have done that next.
Perfect.
To hold it.
Brilliant.
You know,
sorry, I'm just jumping ahead of what you're doing.
Just 2 seams going down. So I was just going to do one of them.
Okay.
Just to show you, because what I did is I actually go in from the edge and then from each side.
Brilliant.
And do it just going straight
Yes, because
down.
I think it's good that you show us that, because you've got that basting stitch that needs to come out.
You've got to hold them pockets
of course.
in. So if I do that...
Brilliant. I'm jumping ahead of your demo, aren't I?
No, you're fine. So I'm just going to line up the edge
just
of the
put your foot
machine
down.
foot.
If I'm not mistaken, if you just put your foot on the machine, it'll drop automatically. You've already lowered the foot.
I'll try next time.
That's all right.
So all I'm going to do now is follow the edge in the middle of the foot.
You're lining a 1/4 inch foot up to the edge.
And just put that down. And make sure, again, if it's gone off a bit, you just... Now, this is where your seam ripper comes in, right? Because what happens, it puckers.
Ah, right.
And if it does pucker, the seam ripper will push the crease out.
Right.
And that's a good tip. That's why I've always got normally the seam ripper with me, if you know what I'm saying. So needle down, lift the foot up and push, stop myself, and push that flat. Make sure it just hasn't got caught. This has got a little bit of a...
It's got the foot on, yeah.
Yeah. So put that down and then that's it. So just, because it's quilting, it's going to ride. So just feed it through where your fingers can't get, your seam ripper can. So hold it down and just keep pushing it and keeping it lined up. Okay. Oh, don't stab the machine. So that's all I'm doing to each pocket. Then if it does pucker again, you just hold it down. Hold that down. See, it's puckering again. So foot up, underneath, and down it goes.
So you've got about 10 more minutes left.
Okay.
No pressure.
No pressure. So I'm just holding it down, and it's doing it every time. So just again push it out, and that's what happens if you have any fold come. And in quilting you do seem to get folds, and that's what was happening to me when I was doing it freehand, and I thought, no.
I do think that the walking foot does make your fabric a bit easier to control on it. It does work.
So it does, and that's where the walking foots are good. So when that lady asked about using a walking foot, yes, maybe. It wouldn't be a bad idea.
Now, I love the fact you've got this beautiful advent calendar on us today. We've sold out, but don't worry, we've got we've got other advent calendars coming up tomorrow. So stay tuned tomorrow, because we've got 3 days of Christmas. Totally different advent calendar tomorrow, but do stay tuned for that. And remember, if you sign up to our newsletter, you might get a little sneak peek about what's coming tomorrow. Easiest way of doing that is www.sewingstreet.com/sign up. It's really great to be subscribing to the newsletter. It's really lovely. Are you a subscriber to our newsletter?
Yes.
It's good, isn't it?
It is, very good.
Love it.
Yeah, I do get time to do that when I'm...
Now, what are you up to now?
Right, cut the binding.
Yep.
So just lengthwise on the straight grain of the fabric. And then all I'm going to do is join 2 pieces together with a machine stitch just going down there. So again, I can just do a 1/4 inch seam. Oh, I did it again, didn't I?
It's natural.
Damn. So where are you from,
but
John?
Now you've got your basting stitch on still, so I don't know if that's going to hold, haven't you?
True. Where are you from, John?
South Africa originally. Born in Zimbabwe, live in South Africa.
I work with a South African.
Do you?
Yeah, Jared. Yeah.
Don't know him.
No, I know.
Morning, Jared.
Because sometimes it's...
Was it Gerard?
It sometimes sounds like an American accent, doesn't it, the South African?
See, I always get Australian or New Zealand.
Or Australian, yeah. Yeah, or Australian. Okay.
I think the best description I ever had was this lady came up to me and she says, "Where are you from? You're foreign."
You're foreign.
I love that.
What a
I
thing
loved
to
it.
say.
I thought it was so funny.
So you get your binding. Now I've cut it 3 inches. That one was 1.5, 2.5, sorry. But I've made this one a bit bigger for demonstration purposes. So what you do first of all, once you've joined your binding, I'll make a pocket. So, okay, that's what I do first. So the pocket, you're looking at that as though...
No, I was looking to see what you've done on here. No, right? I can see what you've done.
I did it on both binding that one. So on here, now this is where I'm going to need my iron. So if I can just press that down, because what that does, you tuck the end of the binding into that and it gives it a real good...
that's clever.
It's a pocket.
That's
so that
really
when you get to the other end,
you don't have a raw edge sticking out, which is brilliant.
And it just does it nicely.
Brilliant.
So if I can just
pop that there. And they've got that lovely prim iron. Now you just need to check on the middle of the dial that it's been turned on. Know where your hand is. You're covering it. You'll see there's like a rotating dial. No, rotating.
Before. Yeah.
Just check that's on.
That is on.
Max.
Well, not max, it is now.
There we go. It's on now.
Okay. So with your binding, create yourself a little pocket. Do you want steam or no steam? No steam, that'll be okay. It's nice, these little irons, aren't they?
But these irons are so good and they're
ever
so
handy. Yeah. For this type of work, and toy making and things like that. So you just make sure you don't burn yourself. I remember when I was first married, my mother-in-law used to hate watching me iron.
Why?
Because I was left-handed. She'd say, "Oh, give me the ironing." She said, "I can't get used to you."
Lucky lady, I hope you look placed in front of her all the time.
You look awkward ironing.
Love it.
It's great.
See, I don't know how to iron.
Huh?
I don't know how to iron.
What do you mean? You're not one of these that don't iron at all?
Nope.
You know, the kids today.
I'm married well. My husband loves ironing.
The kids today, they don't know they're born.
No, you're quite right.
I used to iron. I don't anymore. I used to iron for 5 hours every Sunday night while watching. What was that? I used to watch Heartbeat. That was going back a bit. I used to love me Heartbeat, and that was my ironing time. But then it was always a Sunday night. I don't do it now. I just don't have time now. So what I do now is iron as I go along.
Oh, okay.
And I like that. So open
See,
your
I
seam.
don't iron. Whenever I'm on telly and I do this, I press, and I make it quite clear that I know how to press, but I don't know how to iron.
Yeah.
And I came home a couple of weeks ago, and my prim iron and the ironing board was set up, along with a comment of, "Oh, just press those shirts for me, will you?"
My
I
iron
refused, of course.
is permanently up in my house. It's
Gosh,
never
you're
down.
very good.
It's never
In my
down.
studio, it's permanently up. Do you know we don't actually even have an iron in the house because it's in my studio?
That don't surprise me.
It's all in the studio.
It don't surprise me at all. Like I say, you kids nowadays.
I know.
Right, I'm just going to do this quickly because of the time again.
Well, you've got about 12 minutes. You could bind a whole quilt in that time, Janis.
I don't think so. Then again. This is what you have to try and get right, and I get nervous with this.
No, you mustn't be nervous. You're doing great.
I think, oh, it's my binding time, and I think,
You're fine. The audiences are very forgiving. The number of mistakes I've made, and they're so
They're
lovely.
The viewers.
Really lovely.
I love them all. And they're so nice. And
They really
the comments
are.
they make, they're lovely. But my internet's been down. I haven't been on the air a lot because since I've been on the last show, because my internet was down for the whole week. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. I had the Skyman come.
Now, can I just, when you say that, I'm having palpitations at the thought of not having
Being
internet.
without it. 4 hours, he was
Do you know,
there.
when we first moved into our little house, we live in a hamlet with only 35 houses.
Really?
And there was literally no internet at all. If I sat on the top floor of my house, hung out the window, I got 2 bars on my mobile phone. It was terrifying. It was terrifying. We had to campaign to Parliament to get
it done.
We still don't have fibre.
No.
It's terrifying.
It was awful. And what happened was, then that was 2 weeks ago. And then last Friday night, got a message at work. The internet's down again. I was without it the whole weekend.
Oh, no.
So what you do?
No wonder you get so much ironing done.
It was so annoying. So, okay. So what you do? You fold your binding in half, raw edges together. So then you join the raw edge to the raw edge on the advent calendar. Okay. So you just stick a pin in or window clip. You do the window clip, say. So, and you always start half across a panel. Don't start on the corners. Don't start there.
Because you need to join
Because you need to have the corners properly, because they're going to be mitered.
Just going to give you a warning. You've got about 6 minutes left. 6 minutes left.
So you mitering the corners, okay? So to mitre the corners, this is what you do. You pin it. And what you normally do as well is just trim all this down as well after you've basted it. Just trim it down. Get rid of the bulk more so than anything, but I'm just doing this to show you. So you underclip it until you put in a pin 1/4 of an inch in. You're only going to sew to the end to 1/4, leaving 1/4 inch. Okay, so then we stick a pin in. Okay, whoops. So stick a pin there. And you are going to machine up to that pin.
Perfect.
So that's the first thing we're going to do. Okay, and you've got your little pockets that you've already folded in. So another little tip, always have that little pocket to finish it off. And you can have the little pocket anywhere, you know what I'm saying.
Now your stitch length at the moment is 3, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Perfect.
So, this is set at 1/4 of an inch, isn't it? So, okay. So, we're going to just machine down. And these are 1/4 inch seams. It doesn't say what seam, it just says attach the binding. It doesn't say whether it's 1/4 of an inch or whatever. See that now again. Seam ripper up, push that through, and again, walking foot, definitely.
Yeah. So Helen, the answer to the question is yes, use your walking foot. You've got about 3 minutes
My
left.
walking foot's probably over there.
Well, I don't think it would fit this machine anyway, but we
No.
do have a walking foot for them. We'll know for next time.
So we're just now...
Do you need the walking foot for your book?
No.
Okay.
So I'm taking that pin out because of it puckering a bit. And I'm just going to sew to the 1/4 inch. And then we're going to do a few back stitches.
And that's up to the 1/4 inch that you've just had with your pin?
Yeah, and that's what I've just done with the pin and leaving a 1/4 inch. Okay, I'll keep not using the
You're fine, you're
cutter.
fine. You must do what works for you.
So then the trick is, you then fold...
Do you want to bring it a bit closer to me so we can get it on the overhead?
Yes, sorry.
Right.
Sorry, Paul.
That's my job, don't you worry about that. You're all good.
So then what you have to do is push that back at a 45-degree angle. Okay? So it's like that, and you have that right on the end of the quilt. Okay? And you're leaving that. And then what you do then, 45-degree angle, you then bring it over and you match the raw edges again. And then you machine. So stick. So once you've lined that up, you're then going to machine down the edge, the raw edge again. So I'll show you that again. So...
Oh, we've had a message in from Joyce. Hello, Joyce.
Hello, Joyce.
She said, good morning, team. Really enjoying the show.
Morning.
With wonderful fabrics and people. Thank you.
Oh,
It's
that's
lovely to
lovely.
have you, Joyce.
So again...
So you've got
pull
2
it
minutes
back.
left.
Yeah, pull it back, but at an angle, 45-degree angle. And then you fold the fabric over and you run that exactly across the raw edge, and then you go down and you carry on. And you just carry on
Until you get to the next corner.
until you get to
and
the
you do it
next
again.
corner and you do it again. And then you machine, and that creates your mitre.
Brilliant.
Okay, so if I just quickly, because you have to machine
Yes.
along
So
there
if you just do a couple
and
of
down.
inches, we'll show
so
people how to
if I
turn it
just, and then I'll show them as you get to the end of the, okay. I'm going to sit, no. It's me going thinking. As I say, I'm not a quilter.
You're doing great.
So again, go down. Just go down a few bits. I'll just cast off here. Cast off here. And that's it. And then you then open it out. And then you fold that back. And then what you do on the other side is mitre it as well. And that will create the mitre. And then you can hand sew it, which looks better normally. Or you can stitch it. It's up to you how you do it.
And that all depends on how much time you've got available.
How much time you've got available.
Janice, you're an absolute
that's it.
sweetheart. I'm so thrilled that this is sold out for you.
I
Well
know,
done.
it's really
Congratulations.
good. And then, of course, when you get to the other end, you just stick that in. And it creates the perfect
pocket to keep
pocket
it all nice
to
and
keep
safe.
it in.
How exciting.
Okay.
So I've got you back in a couple of hours,
You
in
have.
an hour with our wonderful book.
With the book.
We've got...
It is lovely.
Oh, yes, good point. Now, if you want to go ahead and check out on the book ahead of the time, you are going to need to check out by using a code. So I'm going to read the code out to you now. Get your pen, get your paper. You ready? So it's O for Oscar, R for Romeo, Y for Yankee, V for Victor, 02. So that's Oscar, Romeo, Y for Yankee, V for Victor, 02. Sorry, I was trying to remember that in my head and I remembered O. So there we go. You can type all of that into your website and you'll be able to get that now. And this is the most fantastic book there. Really, really lovely there. So the good thing is that's Janice's next hour. So you'll be able to get ahead of the curve, getting in front of everybody there, being able to do it. Then if you check out, make sure you do check out your baskets. Don't want you missing out. This is already sold out. We don't want you missing out. then you will be able to then just sit back and watch the demo. We've got the fabulous Sarah Bolam back now for another hour, and we'll see you in another hour. Go put your feet up, enjoy.
And having a nice cup of coffee.
Oh, lovely. Do you want to bring me one? Enjoy your break. I'll be back in a minute.
Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it, so now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Christmas is going to be here before we know it, and as with every year, we want to make sure that we get our makes ready in time for gifting on the big day or for decorations in the lead up. We're here to help with our Christmas make shows, starting with our 3-day event on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August, and we'll be live for 5 hours each day too. Expect lots of festival quilting, FPP, dressmaking and needle felting to make all your decorations, advent calendars, cushion covers and so much more. We'll have our expert tutorials from some of our favourite guest designers and a fabulous competition exclusively for our Sewing Street family. Keep your eyes peeled on our email newsletter, Facebook and Instagram for more details in the run-up. And don't forget to tune in from 8 AM to 1 PM on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August on Freeview Channel 74, Sky 670 or on our YouTube channel.
I am so excited about this hour. Sarah is back to make this fantastic quilt. Look at this. Lewis and Irene, absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous quality of fabric. And the detailing on them, they are just so, so adorable. I love these fabrics. Such a beautiful quilt there. Absolutely. Just look at the detail on the little birds. I just want to stroke them. So you've got two different colorways on this now. You've got all varying sizes of fabrics, but everything you need to make the quilt is all in here for you. The quilt is 36 inches square. And you've got detailed instructions for each bundle. So there's no working out the fabric key. They're all exactly as they should be. All the fabrics are there, all detailed in the instructions, so you know exactly what you're cutting with each one. Is the binding included in that? Is that including binding? So it's the front and the binding. So you're getting the binding and the front, and you're getting all these wonderful fabrics that go with them. I'll just give you a sample. Look at these. Loving these. Let me open these up and you can see just how much fabric you're getting on this. Oh, look at this. Wow, that's lots there. Look at the detailing on these birds. And what I love is if you just look at the berries, all the berries are different colours as well. There's 2, possibly 3 colours in those little berries. There's just the level of detail with Lewis and Irene. They're so beautiful. So that's just one of the fabrics there. Because I wanted to just show you all how much and what fabric you're getting and what they all look like, because it's such a great deal that we've got on today. So the detailing on this, I think you're going to be really shocked at how affordable this all is. Look at that. I'll open this up and show you as well just how much you're getting here. There's a load, and these are just so beautiful. And they just feel so beautiful. They really do, very luxurious. Because what I love about kits like this is when you need to get kits and fabrics that tonally go together, this is the whole kit. It's all done for you. All the hard work's done. Oh, look at this one. Oh, that is beautiful. So you're getting so much fabric there as well. And look at the detailing there. So pretty. So I'll show one more fabric. Oh, look at that one. This is just adorable. Look at that. Look at the detailing on there. What I love is tonally all these fabrics go together. That's the great thing about Lewis and Irene designs. They just work so beautifully with one another. It works so lovely there. You've also got this lovely red. We've got this lovely black as well. Just look how beautifully those go together as well. And then last but certainly not least, we've got this lovely blue as well. So this is what we've used for our borders in this fabric. So all of these fabrics have been specially selected. You will have some left over, but there's more than enough there to make this quilt. What? No, sorry, I'm just hearing my ear now. This is under £50. Such a great deal there. So a 36-inch quilt with the fabric, with all the instructions for $39.99. I'm astonished. That's such a great price there. Now, all the instructions, like some of the instructions you get, you've got to figure out what the fabric key is and all this. For this one, you can tell that all of these fabrics, like that central fabric, there it is. You're looking at the red fabric there. You can see that red bold fabric. There it is. The black, all completely complementary to the bundle. The fabric's just sorry? Oh, sorry, I'm getting confused there. Sorry, the instructions are completely complementary with the bundle. Sorry, my mistake there. So you're not paying any more for your instructions at all. That comes all included with it. And the great thing is you haven't got the fabric key to look at as well. We've got 2 colourways for this today. The second colourway is a slightly darker one. And it is just beautiful. And while that's there, I'm just going to do that. Look how beautiful this fabric is. Absolutely stunning. I love a black background on fabric. Now again, you're getting is that about a 1/2 metre? I think that's 1/2 metre. But look at that. The level of detail on this fabric is so good. But looking at the price point of that quilt, and you're going to have fabric left over as well, which is great, because these fabrics are so beautiful. And then you've got this isn't the border fabric in this one. You can see that's your background fabric for the kit there. Wow, look at this. That one is so pretty. Look at that detail. I just love it. It just feels like a little autumn scene there. It's beautiful. Oh wow, that one's very pretty as well. It just looks like snowflakes, doesn't it? Oh wow, I think this might be my favourite colourway. Look at that one. Now, unfortunately, there may be a couple of gremlins out there on our website today. So if you are looking to get it, the code that you're going to be typing in is just there, which is Q for Quebec, U for uniform, U for uniform, U for uniform, 73. You'll need to type that into your website search box to be able to do it. This is the red option that we've got here. Unfortunately, the little gremlins come up every now and then. We're so grateful for you to be able to search for it that way. Thank you for that. And then last but not least, this is our border in this quilt, this lovely red. Really lovely. So all of these fabrics are available, including the complimentary instructions there, and that's available there for £39.99. Sarah's going to be demoing in this colourway now, and we're about to come and get her on. So we're just going to remind you how it is that you shop with us, and we'll be right back.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Sarah, it's so lovely to have you back. Did you have a good break?
I did. Had a nice coffee and relax. Yes.
Wonderful. So, talk to me about this wonderful quilt.
Yes, it's. I mean, it's a lovely size, 36 inches. So it's nice for anybody who's a beginner. I also think it's nice if you're looking to make a gift for Christmas for somebody, because to make a king size quilt is very generous, but it's very time consuming, and then you've got to get it quilted. But I think because this is a nice size, you can, once you've pieced it, you could probably, even if you're not experienced, you could have a go at free motioning this yourself, because it's hand, you can roll it up and get it under your machine, can't you? It's a nice size. So yeah, definitely good for Christmas. And also I was thinking as well that it's a nice weekend project, because what I'd do is cut it, you could cut it say on the Friday and then split it up over the weekend and you've got it made. So yeah, it's a nice little project. Now, when you look at the construction, you've got the centrepiece here, And then literally all of these pieces around here are the same. It's just, do they call this the card trick?
I think it is. It's a semi-card trick because the card trick's normally 4, isn't it?
Right.
But they're above and below each other.
Yeah.
But it is really effective, isn't
Yeah,
it?
because it's basically sewing triangles to triangles. Now, the only thing I would say, and don't go too close with the camera, because some of my points are fine and some aren't. So some will, some won't. So you just embrace it. But people that don't quilt wouldn't even think to look at that, would they? But yeah, so you literally, once you've mastered the technique, you're doing the same for that part as this part of the border. You're just using different fabrics for your small triangles.
Oh, right.
And then obviously when you put your outer borders on, it's completing the quilt.
Oh, brilliant.
So
now, before you do your demo, unfortunately, we have had a little bit of another gremlin coming up. It might be easier if you are interested in getting this. Christmas is so busy and the website's having a little bit of a moment. We all have it every now and then, just bear with. If you'd like to ring the our call centre, it's a UK-based call centre just down the road, 0800 001 4433, and any of our very talented team will be able to help you there. So the code that you're going to ask them to do, this one we've got behind us here with Sarah, the one just behind you. If you can step that way, thank you, ma'am. The one just there, that code is going to be B for Bravo, X for X-ray, U for uniform, 41. So roundabout, if you follow that little brown line all the way across your screen, you'll be able to see the code directly there. So that is unfortunately the only way you're going to be able to get the one. That's the only way that you're going to be able to get the one that's hanging up here. And the red one, I think we're having a few issues with that one as well. The code, when you want to ring up the call centre, it's going to be the easiest way of doing it. Best way of doing that is 0800 001 4433, UK-based call centre just down the road. And the code you're going to be looking to do there is Q for Quebec, U for uniform, U for uniform, U for uniform, that's 3 U for uniforms, 73. Give them a shout and they'll be able to order that for you. And remember, you're not paying any more or any less by ordering online and on the call centre. It doesn't matter, you're not going to pay any more. And don't forget, if this is the first time you're buying with our Christmas makes this weekend, you're going to get one of our wonderful little badges. Really, really fun badge there. So over the weekend, each customer over the weekend, whether that be Friday, Saturday or Sunday, you will only get one badge if you bought on all 3 days. But don't throw away that little piece of paper. There's a surprise on there. So do have a check there. And everybody who purchases with us this weekend gets entered into a competition and you can win 50 fat quarters, 10 packs of fat quarters there. There'll be 3 winners on Monday announced in Debbie's show. So good luck with that. So right, back to you. Okay. What are you going to show us on this demo?
Right, well, we'll start with the first step. Well, it's a nice straightforward pattern. Basically, we're dealing with squares all along. And then you're cutting them into quarters to get your triangles. So first of all, you'll cut your centre square out of your key fabric. And literally, you don't use, if you look on the quilt, it's the centrepiece here, and then you're using it in the corners. So, you know, when you held it up, it's
yes, there's a lot of fabric there.
So hence why I made the cushion.
Oh, I love it.
You will definitely have lots left over.
Oh, brilliant.
So that's good to know.
I have to say, I'm loving that one.
I know, because
I love them both, but I think that is so pretty.
It's got like a sheen on it. I don't know if it comes over on camera, but just like a little glimmer of a.
It's pearlescence.
Pearlescent, that's the word. Yeah. So yeah, it's really pretty.
Love
but
that.
To be fair, all the Lewis Irene is, and it's lovely sort of quality to.
It really is.
So yeah, very nice. So you've got your square and you're going to put your borders on. So as always, it's down the sides first and then across the top. So I've prepped it a little bit already. So we'll just put that final piece on. And then it's pressing with the seams open.
So just a little bit of an update. Our teams are always working nice and hard to make sure things get sorted. The red panel, which is the red colorway, which is the one that Sarah's working with at the moment, not the one hanging up, is now available on the website. So that is on your screens at the moment. Q for Quebec, U for uniform, 73. So that is available on the website now, so you can have a little search on that. And unfortunately, these are one of those kits that when they're gone, they're gone. We can't get them back again. So do make sure you check out as you go, because we don't want you missing out.
Okay, so now I'm going to press the seam open. I'm going to set my seam first of all. I'm going to fall into that
mistake
Do you
again.
hear me screaming down the phone at you going, say your seams?
I do. But the funny thing is, when you're doing it at home, you just do it automatically, don't you? So,
you really do.
Just, and I brought my best press with me because I heard that you'd sold out. I didn't want to be without.
It's got to be done. Oh, it's the rotation of the middle bit. The middle bit, you rotate that. Keep going.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Okay, keep going. I think you go towards the middle of the... There we go.
Yeah, the light's on now, that's fine. So, let's press that open.
Just give it a minute or two.
Yeah. In fact, we'll have a
So
little
technically, does that mean you haven't set your seams?
Yes. Oh, don't. Yeah, I'll be wafting the best press about, won't I? There we go. Let's check. Yeah, I'm on max now. Yeah. There you go.
It just takes a minute or two to heat up.
But I must admit, they're great, the prim irons, aren't
Fabulous.
they?
Oh, I love best press. That
So
lovely
handy.
smell of lavender. Oh, I love it.
Yeah. So when it's in, you just need to grab it when it's in stock, don't you? Because you don't want to be without. Right. So that's your centrepiece done. And
that was so hard.
I know. You could just make loads of those and sew them together, couldn't you? So the next stage. Oh, actually, I'll grab this up because it got a little bit creased in transit. So basically, you're dealing with squares. So you've got the 7 1/4 square. So we'll just give that a bit of a
bit of best press.
Because on this one, I did cut per the instructions, and I was a good girl, and I did all my cutting first. But what I didn't do is cut them into the diagonals until I needed to, because you're cutting on the bias and stretches and things, doesn't it? So,
you are so good.
So I thought we'll do that today. So you've got your 7 1/4, and then I believe these are 4 1/4. So
Shall I check?
Yeah, these are your smaller ones.
What fabric numbers are those? 4 1/4,
yeah.
quite right.
Right, so they're nice and pressed now. So rotating cutting mat is excellent for this as well when you're...
Oh, I love the rotating cutting mat.
Cutting them. So I'll just grab my ruler from the cellar.
We've got a really lovely 12-inch one, which is so good.
Yeah, this is a tad big, but I don't know if I've got it.
No, I can see it across the room, I think.
I'll manage anyway. So literally just lining up to cut those on the diagonals. But I think because the fabric is so, it really behaves itself anyway.
It really does. And those Creative Grids rulers are so good.
Yeah. So those are your larger triangles. And then, now if you're feeling brave, you can stack them, which I know you would, wouldn't you? But live television, what could possibly go wrong? I'm going to do them individually.
Exactly.
So literally, like so.
Oh, this is Sally Ablett again.
I know.
You just won the Sally Ablett lottery doing all these, didn't you?
Yeah, well.
I felt so bad I called her Sarah Ablett a few moments ago.
I heard, but I didn't mind. No, but to be fair, she's a very cool quilter, isn't she? So
very good.
You see her in all the magazines and things, don't you? So literally, whoops. There we go. So that's our quarters done. Just lock my blade.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Oh, naughty there. That didn't quite go. But anyway, I only need 2, so that's fine. Right, now, so we're going to construct the...
So on the quilt now, which one are you going to be making?
I'm making, say, that part there.
Okay.
But literally, they are all the same part. It's hard when you look at it.
I know exactly what you mean, but I can see what it is, but it's good.
But they're all the same part. And then you just vary them with the different fabrics that you use to create the pattern. So you've got your large one and your large triangle. If you look, you've always got then 2 smaller ones that butt into
it. Of the same fabric.
Yeah. But I mean, obviously, at home, you would have your pattern in front of you as well. So you can keep referring to that. So we have that there, and it always helps to place them. Actually, that shows up very, it blends in with the mat there, doesn't it? So I always place them before you sew. So that's how they're going to go. So what we do first of all then is take the small triangles and we'll sew them first.
Use your 1/4 inch seam. I think your stitch length there at the moment is 3.
It is.
Do you want to decrease that, or are you happy with the 3?
Yeah, I'll probably just go a tad lower.
Perfect. So you're doing a 2.2 to
yeah,
a 2.
I'll do a 2, yeah. Okay.
Well, you've got your trust. You know, we sold out of those seam rippers in the last hour.
Did we? I keep going to press the... Is it not my day today, is it? It's not threaded. Okay. Sorry. Don't know what went wrong there.
So at the moment, the one behind us on the wall over there, unfortunately, that's not available on the website just yet. You will need to call the call centre for that one. But the one that Sarah is working with at the moment, this can be checked out on the website. So the code that we've got there of B for Bravo, X for X-ray, U for uniform. Is that the right one? No, that's not. Sorry, that's the code that you need to ring for the call centre, which is B for Bravo, X for X-ray, U for uniform 41. That's on the call centre number of 0800 001 4433. The red one that Sarah's working with at the moment, which is Q for Quebec, uniform 73. That is available on the website. It's the green one we're still struggling to get on, but we're working very hard to get that done, so thank you so much for bearing with us. Otherwise, give the call centre a ring. They can get that sorted for you instantly.
Okay, back on track.
And you fixed it.
It's just funny because you just get used to your own.
You do.
Even though mine is a genome, it's similar, but it just threads slightly differently. Right, so we'll set these. So all I've done is sewn down the 2 short sides. Now pressing, I did a bit of experimental pressing just to find out, and as you would say, John, you've got to do what is best for you, haven't you? But on these ones I chose to press to the dark side, or what I call the
blue.
The blue, yes.
The blue shimmery.
So we'll have a bit of best press on there. So we will... up there. Okay, you have lots of threads hanging off here, but should be fine. And now we're going to sew those to the big triangle. So again, just refer back to your placement so that it's so easy for things to, she says, go out of sync.
That's it. No.
I done it wrong.
Rotate that 180 degrees, there you go. But it's on the wrong side. That's exactly right, but that goes there, that goes there. There you go.
There you go.
I only know that because I'm looking at your little slip over there.
Looking at it and I still couldn't do it.
I can't profess, it's just that lovely little demo that you did over there. It's top tip. Lay it out first.
Yeah, well I did, but
do you want to show the viewers that? Because they may not be able to see that.
I just thought for travel, this was quite a good way to do it. And then I used my little wonder clips as well. That's just so that I could see the placement. I mean, obviously you can also look at your pattern as well. But I'd done that.
Why look at the pattern when you can look at that? That's
I
brilliant.
know, but I'd done that and
see,
I
again,
still couldn't do it.
Another use for wonder clips.
Yes, absolutely.
I adore them.
So then I tend to turn it in like this, and I always, for some reason, do the left one first.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter whichever, does it? So line it up.
Now with this is important, isn't it? The lining up. So you're lining up to the long edge of your triangle first.
And I am putting it on and starting, because I found it can vary. If you haven't got it right, you'll miss your points, won't you?
Yes.
So, but if you do, hey ho. So down we go. And once you get into, I mean, the other thing I did find as well was that, let's come on, threaded. What do I do wrong? I think it's because it's like every second one, isn't it?
So it needs to go underneath that, but that's right. And then at the top of the thread, so you've missed a step. You see the top of the needle on the actual shaft of the needle, you've got to catch it in there. There you go.
So.
Now, if you before you go any further, so you see where it says 7?
Yeah.
Slide it up towards me.
Yeah.
Yep, keep going, and then trim the edge off on your thread trimmer. No, literally pull there we go. Look at me. The thread. Yep, that's it. Now push the threader down. That little. Press that down.
Okay, I just manually do it.
This happens to all of you.
I'm in.
Now remember, if this kit is gone, it's gone. Unfortunately, we can't get it in again, which is why we are suggesting do ring the call centre. They're going to be able to get that into your basket and sorted for you really, really quickly. Can we grab another sewing machine?
Oh, thank you.
So we've got less than 20 of the red left now. Unfortunately, our little sewing machine's given up the ghost, so we're grabbing a spare. But the kits that we've got here, they are so fabulous. The fabrics there. So this central panel that you've got there, can you hold that one up and people can just see that central panel there? It's so lovely. So this is available on the website where you're able to check out on the web. You're getting a free complimentary pattern included in this wonderful bundle, and you've got this lovely red pearlescent fabric here. You've also got this wonderful little berry fabric here. You've got this wonderful little thing here.
I think you can see the sheen on
The sheen you can see that really well over here. So you're getting this wonderful complimentary pattern here. So you're getting that wonderful there by Sally Ablett. And you've got all these gorgeous fabrics going with it. Look at the detailing on there. You can really see the berry detail there, can't you? Oh, and that pearlescent sheen, that shows beautifully over here, doesn't it? Really lovely. And that price point is so good. Look at that sheen there. I'm so glad we were able to catch that because the fabric is so beautiful and it's really, really gorgeous. Then we've got this beautiful, beautiful blue fabric here as well. And you are going to have fabric left over as well, so you won't be using it all in your kit. You can see that Sarah made this wonderful cushion over here as well with her leftover pieces. So you can see it's a really lovely, and she had enough for the back as well. So there's loads of fabric left over once you've finished. Oh, and then you've got this wonderful, I think this is my second favourite in this bundle there. And again, we've got this beautiful blue where you can see that gorgeous pearlescence, if I can catch the lights. There we go. Nope, I can't catch it there, but it's got that wonderful pearlescence on it as well. And this must be my favourite fabric in this collection. Look how beautiful this one is. Really, really lovely. The details, and you've got this mistletoe, and you've got the pine cone over there, and all the holly and the berries. And all these lovely little star details as well. It's great. Oh, this is proving to be the most popular bundle now. I love that. And then last but not least, we've also got this little fabric in that bundle. This is the red bundle collection there. So that's our little red bundle. And remember, you've got this complimentary pattern coming in with all those fabrics as well. You've also got these wonderful patterns here for the green bundle. Is that on the website yet? Oh, we're almost there, almost there. Somebody's cracking on with it right now. So do give the call centre a ring if you'd like to get the green one. So as if by magic...
Yeah, back on.
So the only thing I'd say is where it says 3.5, if you press the plus 4 times, it'll go to 5.5. And then you've got a quarter-inch setup.
Yeah, I was just thinking it's probably a little off there, but that'd be fine. So on this one, what I do is I'll press to the bigger triangle. So I do a mixture of pressing open and pressing to the sides.
But it's got to be what's good for you and what works best for you.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's that one. So then we'll take the other triangle and again we'll just check before you sew, just to make sure that you're lined up. And we'll put that one on there. Take that to the machine. And away we go. But literally those are the steps then that we're doing. So it's repeating the process, and literally you do, believe me, the first few, if you go a bit off, by the time you've done 3 or 4, you've got perfect points. So on this one, for some reason, I always press open. I think it just helps with the setting. And
that's all right. But it's what you found has worked, so that's fine. You carry on with that.
Yeah. But also it does take a little longer, doesn't it, to find the seam to
all good things
open
take time.
So there we go.
Wonderful. See, now that's where I'd give it a squirt of base press to get it
and you'll
nice
find
and
you've
flat.
got like quite a few little tails that we'll chop those off as we go, or at the end, or
Do you need
something.
to?
Well, just sometimes just to reduce the bit of bulk.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm careful not to go into there because you don't want to lose your points, do you? Okay, so that's one done.
658 million to go. So is that the block?
Yeah, that's
So that's
basically
repeating
the
the block,
procedure.
just in all the different colourways.
Well, obviously it would be difficult to see on here because I
Well,
don't
you can
match.
see the green colourway and the brown colourway are almost the same.
Yes, yeah.
I do love this colourway, it's beautiful.
So that was that one. And I've prepped some bits so we can sort of assemble as well.
Oh,
So
brilliant.
we'll move on to another one. So it's exactly the same. This time I had already cut them, so we're just going to piece them. That should make it a bit quicker, shouldn't it? Again, using the old technique of...
You can leave your pressing mat there as well.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Good idea.
So where that's going to feed in, the one you've just made will come towards me to line up, and people can then see how that's going to go together. Brilliant.
So same again, just flip them to sides together and sew down the side.
Dark blue to the outside.
Yeah. And is it April the 1st today?
It's August the 1st.
funny.
Oh, Sarah.
Oh dear. Right. Not to worry, we will improvise. So.
Oh, I can see what the issue is. Your bobbin thread's caught in the. You take the lid out, the plastic of the bobbin thread. You take that out. Is your bobbin caught in there?
Oh, something else is as well.
Ah, that'll be it.
Yeah. Got a right little nesting going on there. Okay. Here we go. So yes, just talk amongst yourselves.
We've all had it happen. Now the green bundle on the wall, that one you're going to need to give the call centre a ring to get that one. I think I've got the wrong pattern for that. I have. I've mixed my patterns up. No, I haven't. I've got them the wrong way around. So the green bundle here, it is so pretty. You can see that behind you there on the wall. We've got this lovely blue as your border.
I think I might take that foot off.
And remember, you're going to need to pop your code in at the moment. Is this one on the web? This one's not on the web, so you'll need to give the call centre a ring on 0800 001 4433 and write down the code of B for Bravo, X for X-ray, U for uniform 41, and they'll be able to help you with that very, very easily there. So all these wonderful colours you're getting in this blue colourway here, we called this the Green New Forest Winter Quilts. So you're getting all of these wonderful fabrics together then with a complementary pattern there. Really lovely there for $39.99. How are we getting on there?
Okay, right, we've gone back to I think I'd used the foot from the other machine. I don't know if I'm supposed to. So I've gone back.
Perfect.
And it'll be good. And I think, because literally...
It's live telly, what could possibly go wrong?
It's a nice beginner one, I think, definitely, because once you've mastered the step, you just keep repeating.
Exactly. So what you've just done now is the two small triangles, you've sewn two of those together on the short end, and then the dark blue are going to point to the short side going outwards.
Yeah.
And you and your best press, love it.
Okay.
Exactly like that, only because I've got a memory for that.
Yeah.
So you're going to now sew the long ends of the two triangles you've sewn together to the short ends of the triangle.
Yeah, and you can pin, but I don't think it's worth it, do you? Because by the time you've faffed with your pin, you've got all that bias.
Just check you're lining up at the bottom of your triangle there.
But probably get away with it. I'm boiling my 1/4 inch now, which is not ideal. set the seam and press.
You press that one towards the
Yeah,
centre of
I
the
don't
big
know why,
triangle.
but
It doesn't matter.
yeah,
It's what works for you.
Just...
I think it's always important to listen and see how other people do theirs. I think it's great.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it right or wrong. It's just what works best for them.
Yeah. Pop that one on there.
So we're down to single figures on our red bundle now, which is great to hear. And thank you all so much for giving the call centre a ring. These gremlins happen sometimes, and thank you for bearing with us. It was really greatly appreciated.
All these loose threads I've got.
Just don't use it.
Oh. Don't use the thread cutter. I won't on the next one. Get rid of some of these. And this is the one where we're going to press it open. So are you all organised for Christmas then with your preparations?
Not yet,
No.
but I will be. It has been a busy couple of months. Let's not.
Yeah.
It's been
Must
quite
admit, I
busy.
don't overcommit to making gifts and things too much because it's just not always easy to get it all done, is it?
But it is also quite nice because I do like the Christmas in July thing where you do actually get to practice and you get everything started.
Yeah.
Because I do think it does. A lot of people have had a lot of time on their hands at the moment, and having something to sew for, I think, makes your life a lot easier as well.
Yeah, definitely.
It does help.
So
you've now made 2 of those, and those 2 that you've just made, they slot together. Now, at what point do you sew those together?
I did them as a row, so if I show you, I have got here.
Because you've got about 12 minutes.
Oh, right, okay, so
no rush.
That's fine.
Am I right?
So we've got, let's do it facing me, probably, is the best bet, isn't it? So turn it round, sorry. So these are your side pieces.
Beautiful.
So it just takes a little bit of placing. This is the bottom. Let's lose the cutting mat, that might be pressing mat. Might be easier, might it? Okay. So you sew them together in rows and then literally...
So the pieces you've just made, can you just show where they slot into where you've sewn
those
them together?
2, and they will be up
So
there.
those are the same as these 2 over here?
Yes.
Perfect.
So you put your sides on first, which I think, actually that goes that way. So those going into there. And I've done these sides here, which would go there. And the idea is that they should be sort of the same size, but you can do a little bit of trimming if you feel
do a little
you
bit of
need to.
adjustment if needed.
A bit of, what do you call it,
Looks
finagling.
finagling. That looks so pretty.
And then that's in the corner.
Are these facing the right directions? Having 2 the same.
No, let's have a look. We have got that one probably, isn't it?
If I do that, would that help?
Yeah.
Giving you the pat. There we go, that's right.
And then that one. So I think I've just got 2 more to do, which I don't know if I've got time to do them, but I can have a go.
Give it a go.
Yeah. Or I can show you, shall I show you how to
put those together?
Put them together, yeah. Because literally on here, you've got some key points that you want to try and meet. So you want to try and get these points here, and if possible, not to cut off your point there as well. But as I say, if you do, it's not the end of the world.
You've done really well on your points here. They look fabulous.
I definitely wouldn't unpick because, as you say, you've got so many biases going on that if you're really, really worried, you've got plenty of fabric, do it again.
And if you are going to unpick, if you just, I'm going to point just here. If you miss the point there, if you unpick one, you can't really see it. So where the pin of the head of that pin is, if you go that side of the point in the middle there, that would be more than enough for you to realign your point. You don't need to unpick the whole seam.
And they sort of nest a little bit there as well, so that helps you. And then when I take it to the machine, I'll have it that side up so that I can just
You can
see.
watch where you're going.
Yeah, and you do need to go a bit scant on this as well, so good practice for your...
It's got to be done.
Yes. So here we go. Anything could happen. Okay. And then literally Off we go. So I'm just keeping my eye on there. And actually, because I haven't got my 1/4 foot on as well.
With that one, if you line it up to the edge of the foot, you'll be fine.
Right.
Because that's where the 1/4 inch seam is. So you literally.
It's a nice little machine, actually,
it's
isn't
lovely,
it?
that one. That's 560.
Oops. Just force of habit.
It is.
So I think I mentioned last time when I'm using my overlocker, I constantly go to press and it doesn't have one. I'm like, where is the cutter?
Well, when I use my industrial, I go to the side to press it, and when I'm using my little one, I'm still going to the side to press it. It is what you get used to.
It
Oh,
is.
no, that's
Ooh,
a cutting
sorry,
mat.
yes, it is. Been melting the cutting mat. Oh, so now we're going to press this open. And then this is where you see if you've got your point. So we're just slightly
That's all right.
off there, but I think we'll be fine with that.
No one's going to notice.
We'll open that.
So what do you do for Christmas? Do you prepare everything way in advance?
A little bit. I mean, because I do card making as well. So I'll make sure I've got all my cards made. I don't do as many as I used to be fair, but it's not really the done thing now, is it, with cards? But I'll definitely make some, Christmas little bags and advent calendars and things like that. So that literally then, so each, as you go round, I can probably show on here as well, that is one of those. So you're just going all the way around, and the trick is in the placement of how the triangles look. So you go along there, and then obviously you flip it, but it's still the same procedure,
just moving
all the way around. And then when you come to do these side bits, it's exactly the same, but I'll just show you quickly. I don't know if I've got time to...
Yes. Got about 10 minutes.
Okay. Rather than have the two colours, you just have one. So in your cutting instructions, I think that's the 3 7/8 square. So you're just cutting that on the diagonal. It's all in the instructions. So you're just sewing one of those to each side.
I just need to do a very quick stock announcement. On the red bundle, which is the one that Sarah's working with at the moment, which is my favourite, thank you so much for calling the call centre and bearing with us with our little gremlins. There are only 3 of these left. So if you have got this in your basket, because this one is on the website, you can now search for it. B for Bravo, X for X-ray, U for... That's the wrong code. Sorry, that one is on the website, so that is available now on the website. You can go and do that. There are only 3 left. If you have got it in your basket, please make sure you check out, because the that one is about to sell out. With the green one, unfortunately, you are going to need to give the call centre a ring. The code for that one is B for Bravo, X for X-ray, U for uniform, 41. That's the same technique. Give it exactly the same process of doing it, making it like this, just using slightly different colours. And it's just behind Sarah there on the wall.
Okay, so these ones obviously...
It really looks beautiful on the wall there, look at that.
And I just think as well, like I did with the cushion, it lends itself for a bit of free motion and a bit of meandering. If you're not, too experienced with your free motion, it's quite nice to practice on something that's a bit more manageable.
It's brilliant. So all you're doing there now on the one you've got is you've got a big half square triangle, a big triangle, and you're sewing 2 small ones on the edges of those.
That's right, yeah.
Brilliant. And the instructions have got all the details of what size to cut all of these.
They have. I mean, it's quite simplistic because you've got your 7 1/4, your 4 1/4, and then you've got your 3 7/8. That's one of your measurements, isn't it? 3.
I don't know what you're talking about.
3 7/8. But you don't have to cut many 3 7/8, so it's fine. And then also a little nice technique, which I think they did on the pattern there, is in the corners, if you're feeling ambitious, you could do some fussy cutting.
Oh.
I did try it. Little Robin got his nose cut off.
Right.
But so you just need to practice and see. But it'd be quite nice if you can get it so you've got that Robin in there. So that's something to aspire to, isn't it? But we all like a little challenge in life, don't we?
It's got to be done.
So, and then we'll just go that side on that one. So that's so you see every now and again, I think there's about 4 of them in. You've got the solid ones in that sort of, let's see where they are on that one now. There's one, isn't it?
Yes.
One there, yeah. Okay.
So that's kind of ending off your row, if you like.
It is. And then these, your sashing pieces or your border pieces, they're all 1.5 inch strips. So once you've made that piece, again, it's the same procedure that you do, sides, top and bottom. And then literally these side pieces, so I've got one just to show you here, but it is definitely the same technique. But rather than, instead of sewing them like we did,
where you're lining up the big square, you're lining up the smaller squares.
Yeah. And
sorry, the bigger triangles, you're lining up the smaller triangles.
Yeah, and you'll notice the fabric choice as well. It's literally it's the centerpiece fabric that goes all the way along.
That's clever.
So I'll show you. I've got a few here. And actually, another top tip, which
we love those, especially from people who've been making
how I know.
them.
Yeah. So when you've got this together as a complete, all sewn, and then I put the borders on. When it comes to making these, because I was like, oh yeah, I'm okay with this now, I ran ahead. But what I found was that you really need to line them up just to make sure that you're matching. So I ended up using them to make the back of that cushion. So definitely when you get to this stage, each individual one, I'd just lay it out and then you know whether you need to go scant.
You've got the peace of mind where you need to do a little bit of finagling or not.
Yeah, because but that's just helps you there. Because again, if you have, I mean, you can unpick, especially if you've got your Bridgewater unpicker, but
can't, sold out now.
Oh right, oh well, you won't be disappointed with that, definitely. So they go on the sides.
So you've got about 5 minutes left if you want to do something else.
Yep, sure. So we can start to...
So this side section here, is that ready to go onto the central
should we pop
section?
This onto the
do you want to try that?
Yeah, let's do that. And then at least...
Now, have you tested the length on that? So that's what you meant about checking the width
that
they line up.
And it is literally just that matches perfectly, and then there's just the little dog ear, whatever you would call it. But because there's no points on here to match up, it's a little bit easier then. We'll pop one in the middle.
You get very carried away with your pins in this project, I think.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't hurt, does it? I don't think.
Definitely not.
Okay. So loud, isn't it, when that
magnets
strikes? Okay, so lining that up. And now as we go down, I just want to be careful because whilst there's nothing to match up on the border, I just want to make sure that I don't...
You've got some points to match along the way.
You could see what's on the floor down here.
So you've got 4 points that you're looking to meet, aren't you?
You know what? You know what's happened, don't you?
Oh no, that one doesn't open.
Okay. Okay. I don't know what's gone wrong today for me on the machines. I think you just have one of those days, don't you, where...
You need to go and catch the top of the needle. There's a section on the closest to me, I think it is.
Yeah.
There you go.
And there we go. Right. Second time, okay. I'll just go down like that. We're off. And here I might just try and, because there is a little bit of bulk where all the seams join, so you just sort of work it. But yeah, it's nice to, I definitely think this is a nice project to do. Maybe, you know, if you get it now and you can do it on the run up to Christmas when you've got like a nice weekend. You just take your time and...
It is. It feels very mindful being able to just sit and play with that as well. It's lovely.
It is. So we shall find the iron.
Oh, you got a little pink pin in there.
Oh yeah, I think that was one that I'd put in from home. In fact, let's think. I'll press away. So yeah, so that one's okay. That one's lobbed off a little bit, but it doesn't matter, it's fine. Okay, time to do the other one?
Perfect. Yes, I think you're okay. So this one, I'm guessing you need to make sure you're going the other way.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you how you know, but yeah.
Literally, you can stare and stare, can't you, at these things?
Repeatedly, yes.
But that's fine.
I remember I was doing a quilt for a lady and she brought it in and it was on the frame and I'd just started and I noticed one of her blocks was the wrong way round and we must have sent about 20 pictures back and forth to one another and neither of us had seen it.
Yeah.
And it was literally as I'd done the first few stitches and I phoned and said, and she came and she took it all apart and put it back
Did
together.
she? Oh, gosh.
But you can look at it 20, 30 times and it'd still be wrong and you don't see it.
Yeah. I mean, I do think some people have an eye because you're...
I don't know
You're very quick to notice, but I mean, I could be staring at something for ages and not notice. But...
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, it's a gift. So long as you notice whilst you've got time to fix it, it's when you don't that you're like, oh. Okay, let's take that pin out. Right. Oh.
No, you're still lined up. Oh, no, you're not.
No, it's not. It's come out. Anyway, I can fix it. It's gone.
You'll be all right.
How many times have that could be a question. How many times have I had to thread
you
this?
You can watch it back tonight.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
No, you're doing great. Put your, lift your foot. No, your foot. There you go. You'll find it easier to thread when the foot's not up because the tension plates aren't engaged.
Mm. People will think, have she actually ever used a sewing machine?
Oh, don't say that. People won't think that.
Right.
We all have days like this. There's not a person in the world who hasn't had a day where the sewing machine is just not enjoying us. They just want to go, meow. Everybody has
out the
those
window.
days.
Okay.
You've been much more restrained than I am.
Oh, I know. I tell you, if I was at home,
I had to leave my studio for
Bleeper
2 or
would be
3
going.
hours. No, I had to literally walk out of my
Did
studio
you?
on Tuesday completely, all on my own. I left it entirely because I thought, no,
well, when
not enough insurance at the moment. I'm going to
when I
leave it as it
told
is.
my girls that I was doing this, and they said, "But Mum, how are you going to be able to sew without swearing?" I said, "Oh, I will." Okay. So how are we doing for time?
That looks great. You're fine.
Mm-hmm.
You've got maybe 3 minutes left.
Okay.
But that looks fantastic.
But see, it does sort
These
of come...
colours are so beautiful.
I know,
aren't
they're
they?
lovely, aren't they? I've cut all those off there, but that's fine. But yeah, it's just lovely quality fabric. In fact, I could imagine dressmaking.
Oh my goodness, I want a shirt out of that now.
Yeah, because it's got a nice
That's beautiful.
weight to it as well, has it? Even though it's quilting cotton, it's definitely, let's give that a good press. So that's your centre part done. I hold it up to show you. So in there. Okay.
Brilliant.
So next part.
Now this bit you've really got to make sure you've got these
Yeah.
the right way around, don't you?
So
there's
let's
blue
look.
on this side, so blue on that side, pink on that side.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing blue is left.
It is, but there's a little bit of finagling that needs, I think,
all right.
because of my 1/4 inch.
Perfect.
But I would pin that to there and
finagle away. The thing is, I do think that whenever you use two different sewing machines, that doesn't help either, because your 1/4 inch on this machine will be slightly different to the others.
Yeah, definitely.
So all you would do is you're then just going to fold that, pin that together,
and you
and
take
then
your
the
time.
points where you're lining up, if you rotate that, just rotate that open.
Yeah. So you want to match that, those two there, those two over there. And as many as the points as you can, really.
Of course.
Yeah.
If you flop that top centerpiece open, then people can just see what you mean by that, because the points you're looking to match are the edge of the red to the triangle beneath it. So that's where you're looking. And you can just tell how beautiful these fabrics are. They're just gorgeous. So there, Sarah, I can't thank you enough for your time today. This has been so lovely. Sorry our sewing machines were having a moment. It's lovely to have you
it was me, definitely.
But it's quite nice to see that you can thread a sewing machine so quickly. It's lovely to see.
And unthread one.
Exactly.
Even quicker.
Well, we look forward to having you again really soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
We're just going to remind you how it is you can buy with us, and we'll be back in a moment.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Wasn't Sarah brilliant? Such a great demo. Thank you so much for staying with us. We have had our little gremlins kicking in on our website today, so sorry about that. You will need to give the call centre a ring, 0800 001 4433. And if you give them the code I'll read the code out to you in a moment. This is the only one we've got left. The red bundle has now sold out. So the one behind me on the wall, that is the kit that's available still, but you will need to give the call centre a ring. It'll be on the website, I'm sure, if you're watching this on replay, but at the moment we're having our little gremlins coming out, and that is in the process of being fixed at the moment, so thank you for bearing with us. This is a complimentary pattern with this wonderful bundle of kits, and I'll go through the fabrics very, very briefly just to show you what you're getting. And we've got these wonderful collections here. And we've got these lovely berries. These lovely little deer. And these lovely reds as well, and these gorgeous black. Just so, so pretty. And we've got this lovely blue as well, which we've used for the border. Are we calling that blue, maybe green? Either way, the most fabulous little bundle here. 36-inch quilt, wonderful complimentary pattern that comes with that as well. Available for $39.99. We'll need to give the call centre a ring, and thank you so much for being able to do that. Next, we've got another lovely Advent book, calendar. Is it an Advent book or a calendar? What are we calling that? It's a lovely book. And we've got our fabulous little prim iron as well that we've been using. It's such a great little deal. Back in, we had this out of stock for quite a while. We've managed to get a whole load in now for our stock. Really, really stunning little iron this. You've got our wonderful little carrier bag with it and a tiny little water jug in there as well. $39.99 for that. So I'm glad that's back in stock as well. So we're going to go now and just redo the set, and we'll be back with Janis in just a bit.
Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw, and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly and I do always regret it, so now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Christmas is going to be here before we know it, and as with every year, we want to make sure that we get our makes ready in time for gifting on the big day or for decorations in the lead up. We're here to help with our Christmas make shows, starting with our 3-day event on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August, and we'll be live for 5 hours each day too. Expect lots of festival quilting, FPP, dressmaking and needle felting to make all your decorations, advent calendars, cushion covers and so much more. We'll have our expert tutorials from some of our favourite guest designers and a fabulous competition exclusively for our Sewing Street family. Keep your eyes peeled on our email newsletter, Facebook and Instagram for more details in the run-up. And don't forget to tune in from 8 AM to 1 PM on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August on Freeview Channel 74, Sky 670 or on our YouTube channel.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of Sew Girl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose-fitting clothing, everyday, simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye!
And we've got Janis back. We've got this fabulous, fabulous book. But it's incredibly limited. Like, really, really incredibly limited. You all listened to me earlier when I said go and check out. We're in the process of trying to get some more in, but we are incredibly limited on this at the moment. So if it's in your basket, check out right now. But just look how beautiful this is. Absolutely stunning. Really, really pretty. Look at that. Oh, I just adore this. And it's got this wonderful little song at the bottom there. I love it. Really, really adorable there. Now we're in the conversations already with suppliers at the moment, trying to get some more in. So what we're going to do is we're going to go straight through the demo and we'll keep you posted with stock updates as we get them. But we wanted to make sure that you all sign up to our newsletter as well, because the moment we get these back in, we might be able to let you know on our newsletter. The easiest way of doing that is www.sewingstreet.com/sign up. Best way of doing that. And then at the moment, we're going to now get back with our lovely Janis for the demonstration on how it is you make these wonderful kits.
They're lovely, John.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
John, you never did the singing on the first day of Christmas. But that's what it says on there.
It does, quite
it does,
right,
all the
quite
rhymes
right.
for each of the ones on the first day of Christmas.
Oh, there we go.
To me, partridge in the pear tree. There you go. So you can carry on singing while I carry on making.
No one wants to hear you sing. You're very
Especially
kind.
in your South African accent, it would be lovely. Right. So
you make me
let's
laugh.
crack on then. So
Brilliant. So, show me what you're doing.
now I must admit it had me puzzled at first, this one.
Okay.
Because
Now, before we start, you've got the instructions
Yeah.
on that. So that's on the panel.
yes, it's on the panel. But where it got me, sorry, I'm going to do the overhead camera. I'm going to let Paul zoom in. Right.
Might need to move that slightly to the left. Other way, other way. Other left, bit more on the green mat. There we go.
Number 10. Number 10. Right, what it says is pin page 1 to 10 to book cover with right sides together. Right. Here. 1 and 10, I was thinking the first day of Christmas and the number 10 day of Christmas. No, it's not.
It's your page
It's the page number. And it's not, it doesn't show 1 and 10 on the first and the 10th page, if you know what I mean. So, and it doesn't show you on the book cover. So it is the page number. So it's process of elimination. So your piece 1 and 10 is actually your second day and your 11th day. Okay.
Right.
So I put a piece of paper there to show which is your 1 and 10.
I'm folding your book open to see
so
that.
if you can see that.
So there
let's
we go.
pull it
You
in.
can see that
I've
this
just
is
put
your...
a piece of paper showing 1 and 10. So that's what that one is.
So you can see you've got your back page there.
Yeah.
And then obviously the back page has got 2 sections with it, which will be your... If I can hold that there and do this maybe.
So just be careful of that because you'll spend time puddling a bit, right? Now, first thing you do, you cut out a piece of wadding, which you get the kit, and you pin it first, cut it out, and we baste it. So the first thing we're going to do is quickly cut round.
We did have left-handed scissors for you.
I know. And use a walking foot. I've got one of them somewhere for me as well, but we'll see. So the first thing we're going to do, cut a bit round 1 and 10, because the book cover as well on this pattern, on this panel, is slightly bigger than what the other days of the 12 days are. So the book cover and 1 and 10 are slightly bigger. Okay?
Oh, of course, yes, because it's the cover.
Because it's the cover. Exactly, yeah. Whoops. Okay, so then after that what you do is you actually baste on the book page to the batting. Whoops, I've just broke that. They're quite old, so they just snap now. Oh, I've just picked up the same one that snapped. So all I'm doing, just quickly, is, I won't go all the way around this time, John, because it's a bit shorter. So do you know the 12 days of Christmas?
I can flick through the book and tell you. The 5th day is 5 rings.
5 gold rings. Right, I'm just going to go into, should I say, just going to machine, increase it to a, and what happens is they don't show, the tacking stitches don't show, so you don't have to take these out.
So you're doing this at what, about 1/8 of an inch?
Yeah, it's just round, because what you do, you cut around in the panel, you cut around each book on the actual black markings. So you haven't got a panel there, have you, to show? No. So what you do, you cut around the panel, and it's just round the black, because it's a very big panel, and it's black, and then it goes into a red, this colour.
Oh, right.
Right, so you just cut round the black. And then what I'm doing is just machining on the black, just basting it down.
Well, the good thing is we've got a nice grey thread in there, so you can show exactly what you mean once you've done it.
What I'm doing.
And the good thing, you just leave your needle down and then just rotate it as you go.
That's it.
Brilliant.
So I forget to tell the viewers to do that.
That's all right.
So it's far from doing depreciation and that, isn't it, John? You're thinking, what's depreciation? It's a long time ago.
I know exactly what depreciation is.
I've just done the VATs this week for the 3 companies.
Well done.
I bet you had different VAT in South Africa. Isn't it warm today? I'm really hot.
It's 43 degrees Celsius when I got in my car yesterday.
Oh, it wasn't.
It was.
How's everybody coping with the weather?
Oh, they'll be fine. Making it work.
We have to make every the most of it in this country, don't we? Because we don't get it half. I bet you noticed the weather difference, don't you? Right then, so what we do then, and it's like we're doing, cut out all pre-printed pieces along the outer lines, cut a piece of flat batting the same size as the book cover, pin and base batting to the wrong side of book cover, then you pin the page 1 and 10 to the book cover with right sides together, and then you baste. So what we do then,
so you've got pages 1 and 2, 1 and 10 that you've just basted down, and now you're going to put the back pages on, making sure they're in the same
right sides
direction.
together, same direction, but also what you've got in the middle is these lines, and we want to make sure that they marry up.
Perfect.
I know it probably doesn't matter because it comes to the back of the book, but I just think little things like that you need to really, do you know what I mean, match up and everything. So what I then do is, if we've got some pins,
looks pretty accurate on the one you've done.
Yeah, I do try.
You've done very well. It looks great.
So what we do, just to make sure it's matching up. And what's so nice about this, it's such a quick make. It is such a quick make. Oh, hang on. I'm not doing that right, am I? Hang on a second. Sorry about this.
Fine, you're doing great.
That's better. I can see it better on this side. That's it. That's it. Okay.
Before you wonder clip those down, do you mind just rotating that down ever so slightly so people can see what you were lining up?
So what I was lining up, if you look, just, can you see that there?
That's perfect.
And all I'm doing is trying to match that up to there. Okay. And then what you do then, you just, and what you're going to do, we're going to machine round, and I'm just making sure that it all lines up as well. You might even want to press that back to make sure it's on the edge right. It's all according to what degree, you know, you want to go to. And I'm again matching up there. I don't know whether they're getting it in the overhead camera. I'm just matching up the edges on the corners as well there. So that it looks nice when you turn it, okay? And the same with the other side here. Just match it up.
Well, while you're doing that, we've had a message in from Kerry. Morning, Kerry.
Morning, Kerry.
Oh, her 12-year-old daughter is obsessed with this book. Yay!
Ah.
Do you think this is a good project for the two of Kerry and her daughter to do together? I think it would be as well.
Absolutely lovely. Kerry, I'm making
don't know
my
your daughter's name,
one.
but hello.
I'm making my daughter one. She's 28.
I loved it because when Janis showed us the book earlier, she said, this is great for children or adult children.
I wouldn't mind one. Because it's got all your songs.
Brilliant. It's brilliant.
It's got the song of the 12 Days of Christmas. So if ever it comes on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you can go and grab your book and you know. Right, so what you have to do now, we machine around it, okay? And what you do, you have to turn it right side out. So we just make sure that they're the right side up as you're doing them, okay? And then what I also do, because you've got to leave a bit open for you to turn it, okay? So what I start down here machining it and going all the way around. I don't want it there because it's not a nice finish because of you're having to slip stitch it. It's best that it's not where you've got a bit of, I don't know, a bit of decoration, you know, decorative or something. So I always start about there. Start with your binding really, isn't it? So then we're just going to machine in 1/4 of an inch again, 1/4 inch seams, a bit further down than that, leave quite a bit of a gap, and away we go. But this time we need to go down to the number 3, to a normal stitch. Okay, so again I'm just going to go and go back a bit, a couple of reverse stitches, and we're just going to machine all the way around. And even if you're not a sewer, even if you've never sewn anything in your life, you can do this. If you can get a hold of a machine, you can do this. I always use the end of my foot as a 1/4 inch.
So do I.
Oh. It's quicker, isn't it? So what got you into sewing, John?
I was trying to manage my midlife crisis better than getting a sports car or anything like that. Now Andrew, of course, would kill me to get a sports car because it's cheaper than the amount of fabric you buy and spend.
Can you imagine me? I've been sewing 35 years. You can imagine the fabric I've got. I'm literally having to throw fabric into a skip. Because,
what?
Yeah, because I'll never use it.
We used to be friends, Janis.
I know, but some of the fabric I've bought over the years, I've made mistakes. Do you know what I mean?
I do agree with you. I think that as you evolve in your sewing journey, you do buy things and then don't need them anymore.
And you don't use
But what I love is there are so many groups where you can actually sell your fabric on to somebody else who needs it. Or
yeah, maybe.
is busy making a project and they're missing half a
Yeah.
metre. I think there's so much use for them out there.
So we're going to go down now this side, ribs.
Don't forget
So
to leave your
needling.
end open.
Sorry?
Don't forget to leave your end open.
Oh, I will, don't worry. I've done that before now. On here. So that one's
Perfect.
well, I'll just go.
You've got just over 10 minutes left.
Is that all I've got left?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll just leave it open there. So then all we do, turn it. And you do this the same for all of them. I would say it takes about a couple of hours to do this. So it's a nice,
it doesn't really
quick
matter how
project.
long it takes.
It's
It's
nice,
such a
quick
lovely project.
So So then we just turn it round, and then you can either use the seam ripper or the thread and cotton. Just with the seam ripper on there, just to pull that out. So you're going to make a couple of these.
They're gorgeous. They're really lovely. We have a new little girl in the family, so I'm going to make one for her for Christmas.
Oh, that would be lovely. And are your family in South Africa?
I don't have a... as far as I know, my sister's in Australia.
Oh, is she? Ah. It's like me with my brother in Canada. You just don't get to see them, do you? So it's just...
But Canada's
awkward.
so lovely. I actually went there in February, just before lockdown, and it was January.
lucky?
I was so lucky.
Weren't you lucky? Had you been before?
I love Canada. I've been many times.
Have you?
Love it. I did a road trip all the way through, started in Manhattan, drove 4,000 miles through Manhattan, Pennsylvania, going all the way around New Jersey and all that. It was absolutely stunning.
Lovely. That's amazing. So then all I'm going to do is fold in the ends a bit. So I'm trying to rush a bit now, but I shouldn't really. And all I do then is wonder clip again. I love these wonder clips.
They're brilliant, aren't they?
I kept calling
them. No, you could top stitch all the way around, couldn't you?
Yeah. And I even thought you could even quilt it if you're very good at quilting.
Well, I was looking at this and thinking, gosh, that could be quite good.
It could be quilted. You could do such a lot with that.
It's a beautiful pattern. The only problem with the quilting is you'd have to do the same thing front and back.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if there's a way of doing it, because my little head's spinning now on how to do these.
Well, quilters, come on. Call in.
Because I'm kind of wondering whether you put
tell John.
A backing onto each one, and then you're putting the backings together and sewing the backings together with a top stitch.
Yeah. So all you do then, I've actually just folded in the seam allowance, wonder clipped it, or bulldog clipped it, as I kept calling them. And then you just slip stitch the opening closed. So.
Oh, you sew a lot quicker than I do.
Who? Me?
You do.
Really?
My hand sewing's terrible. I put a whole load of charms on my FPP that I'm doing at 12 o'clock. Took ages to do.
Oh, really? See,
there were quite a few of them.
Hand sewing to me, you can't beat it because you can get into places you can't with machine. It's like basting. I've always basted by hand.
Oh, really?
And and it was when I was talking to Debbie Shaw the other week, and she was talking to me about basting. I thought, I'm going to have a go on a machine, and I do find it a lot quicker, but I am a hand baster. It's like
I think you get a different relationship with your project by doing it by hand.
It's the way you were brought up.
Do you want to come a little bit closer to me? There you go. Perfect. Then Paul can see you.
Sorry, Paul. I keep moving over towards the machine. It's because you're at the machine that you just stay there, don't you? You've got to stop thinking that way. So, did you watch Game of Thrones when it was on?
I did.
I've just watched it. I got my mum into it, 82. After the first one, she said, I'm not going to watch this, it's vile. And I went, Mum, forget about the heads being cut off and things like that.
Oh my goodness, Janis, how did we get here?
I said, stick
all
with
the way
it.
from hand basting to Game of Thrones. I love it.
I know, but I never watched it the first time. I thought, oh, no, it's too violent. But, no, it's brilliant. I loved it. I don't want it to end. I've got one more thing to watch. And I don't want it to finish.
Now, do you... Okay,
Sorry.
all right, I don't want to crush you in any way, but hey, do you know how it ends?
No.
Okay, I won't tell you.
I've got the last one to watch tonight with my mother.
Last episode ever?
Yeah, she's 82.
Oh, my goodness. Right.
I don't know nothing
Good luck
about
with
it.
that. May I suggest that you need if you have a rocking chair, just sit quietly afterwards and fume.
No, I'll be like you. I'll take the gin.
Oh, it's extraordinary. It's a really good series, but yeah, the ending...
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it yet. But, and the costume. But joking aside, Game of Thrones, the costumes are amazing.
Back to the book.
Back to the book. But they are, the costumes are amazing.
They are incredible.
Right then, so... And that's what you do with each piece.
Now, you're not pressing anything at any point during this because you've got the polyester wadding.
Yeah.
So
But
if you
I
were going to press it, would you use just a cool iron?
I would press that now with the cool iron.
Perfect.
Yeah. So then you do this one exactly the same. Have we got time to do it the same?
You've got probably about 7 minutes.
7 minutes. I don't know whether I have, you know.
So if you'd like me to do the countdown clock, I can.
You could do. Because what we do exactly the same. You baste that one on first, then you join it. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to baste it on first. I'm going to go for it.
You can do it.
And I'm going to.
So you're doing pages
7 and 4 and 6 and 5.
So you're doing the middle page, the middle one.
But what I want to show the viewers is
is
how
that
you
one.
know the pages, because I was looking for 6 and 7, but on the bottom in black, which you can hardly see, is number 5 and number 6.
So if you move that slightly up on the mat, I think Paul will be able to zoom in on that.
There's number 5 and 6 and 7 and 4.
So just point to 5.
5's there.
6.
6 is there.
4.
4 is there.
And 7.
And 7's there.
So that's what you're looking for on those digits there.
So when it's
you're not looking. So 7 swans are singing are on page 6, whereas 6 geese are laying are on page 5. So the number you're looking for is the actual page number when they're referring to that. That's really important.
And that's what they say on there. So just be careful of that because it completely threw me. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just machine this as is, but I'm just going to make sure, because I always try and be a bit of a perfectionist. Am I okay? Shall I move over again? I absolutely love this. The colour greens are so rich looking. They're just beautiful. So beautiful. It's the shadings. And this is it. With it on air sometimes, it doesn't always show how beautiful these things are. But as soon as I saw the panels, I thought the colours are amazing.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
They're amazing. So... Right, so I'm just going to now just straighten up this one, and then I'm just going to go for it. The machine. Okay.
You can do it.
60-minute makeover.
You have 4.5 minutes.
Okay, 4.5 minute makeover. Right, okay, start further down. Okay, reverse stitch. Okay, needle down, turn, go back to the 1/4 of an inch. I was a bit off at the end there, so.
That's all right.
1/4 of an inch, one more maybe. Bang on. Right, start to that side. Right, normally I would start the stitchings at the bottom of the actual book, not the top part. So just make sure, that's another tip, just make sure you leave the hole here and not the top.
That's a good tip.
Because it's a neater finish on the bottom. It's a neater finish on the top if you do it. You know what I'm saying? So just... And again, with me, it's always press, press, press. So make sure you press it before you attach the pieces, if you know what I'm saying.
I do.
Because, like I've always said, when you're making clothes, making anything, you will never get that pressing as good as, again, as when you first make the project. So I'm going to go back now. And I'm going to just knock it all off, and then I'm going to turn it. So again, turn it.
So while you're turning that around, we've had a message in from Katie. Morning, Katie.
Morning, Katie.
Regarding quilting ideas for the book.
Yeah, good.
She has an old MacDonald book that was quilted.
Ah, she's seen pictures in.
That's what I thought. She quilted each page before she put the book together. Really good idea, that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Send us a picture. We want to see.
Send a picture. It's lovely, isn't it?
So you've got 1 minute 57 seconds.
Okay, and counting. And counting. So, okay, that's in, right? So that's all out. That looks lovely. So then you've got to put it together. No, we're okay. I'll just...
You're fine.
Tidy up. right? So, okay, we just get the corners out. 1 minute. 1 minute.
That's a nice top tip, actually, using your seam ripper to get those corners out. That's great.
The other tip is the needle and cotton.
Yeah.
With the two threads and pull it out.
Brilliant.
I said that on the last show, so I think people who hopefully watched the last show will know what I'm on about. So then, press them all before you do the next step. Bring all these out, either rolling it and then pressing it and then using your seam ripper to be careful and get into the seams, right? And then it's putting it together. So I've got my list. So
well, I can give you a cheat sheet if you like. This is your back page, so that's to the bottom.
Yeah, so the 1 and 10 facing up, which is that.
Then that one.
Then 3 and 8 facing down. Where's the 3 and 8? Hang on. That's 9 and 2. 3 and 8.
That's it.
Facing down. No, facing up.
Up.
Then 5 and 6 facing up, which
That's
is
it.
them.
And there's your book done, and you've just then put a seam down the middle.
So then all you do, what they get you to do is that you baste down the middle.
Do you do the first the two pages together first?
You do it all at one go.
All in one go.
All in one go.
And this you would need a walking foot.
Walking
just
foot
take
for
your
that,
time.
and then you just
sew all the way down.
So all the way down, and then that's it. So what I did, I actually measured in pins because I'm not a fan of marker pins. Because I press all the time and marker pens stay for me, and so it's not worth it. So I'd sooner use pins or whatever, and then fold it over.
And there you go.
And there you go, there's your book.
And you'll have one that looks like
simple,
this.
Lovely to make with children.
Janice, I can't believe you did that so quickly. Thank you so much. It's been so lovely having you today. Thank you so much for coming through. I look forward to having you again soon.
I know, it's been great.
And happy Christmas.
I know, happy Christmas, everybody, in July. Yeah.
We're going to come back, although have we sold out now? So we've officially now sold out of this panel and the kit. We're going to come back after this very short break on how to shop with us with some gorgeous colours.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Wasn't that fantastic? Such a great demo. Janice is such a natural. So pleased with that. Such a beautiful kit. If you were able to get one of these, congratulations. You're going to get one of our lovely Sewing Street Christmas pins. We've got these. Every customer over the weekend buying anything up, but whether it be yesterday, today or tomorrow, anybody shops over the weekend, you're going to get one pin over the weekend. Make sure you keep your little piece of paper. There's a little surprise on the back for you. So each of you will get that. You're also entered into a competition for our Fat Quarter Bundle collection, drawn on Monday. Looking forward to seeing who gets that. So if you were lucky enough to get one of these panels, perhaps you don't want to make it into a book, we actually then have put together this wonderful coordinates of colour here. They are just beautiful. And if I just turn to, there was one page that had, there it is. If I just turn to that page there, just look how beautifully these colours go so well with all of those. You can just see how beautifully the colours coordinate with all of that. So I'm going to show you each one of these colours because we've got a wonderful array of 100% cottons. on the website, but it's nice to be able to just bring them to you and show you, because some people might not have seen all of these before. So what I'll do, these are available by the half meter. I'm going to show you one. This is the size you're going to get no matter which color you buy. And let me flick that round so you don't have the little silver label at you. So you can see that's how much fabric you're going to get with each one of these colors. This is the one, this is called beige. This is the beige colorway. Isn't it gorgeous? I love this colour. It's just got that sort of macchiato colour to it. It's beautiful. Because this is great as well if you're wanting to do some form of Christmas embroidery. You've got some beautiful threads on the show on different days. You can see all those gorgeous threads that you can do. This is a lovely base colour to be able to do that. So that's how much you're getting there of the beige. Each one of these will be the same size. But we've got multiple units. If you're buying 2 units, you'll get that as a 1 meter piece. 4 units as a 2 meter piece. So these you'll buy, and however many units it'll come to you cut as one length. It won't be cut as half meters. Then we've also got this wonderful misty blue color here. Isn't that just the most beautiful color? And then we've got our next colorway, which I'm going to need a hand on because I don't know this one. This one's called Khaki. Move that out your way. But even if you're not thinking of Christmas, that is such a lovely color there, isn't it? And it's nice to have a good neutral available. It works really well with most colorways there. You've also then got your, is this fur or emerald? So the code on this one is IRLJ84. So this is fur. Isn't it just such a beautiful green, this? Brand new colour to us as well. Now, if you wanted to see all the colours that we've got for our cottons, if you just type in 100 and cotton, you're going to see all the colourways that we have. We've got some gorgeous colours here, not just these beautiful ones here. We've got loads of different colours there as well. Really lovely. This one is called, is this the, sorry, it is LWLJ67. This is our crimson colourway here. Or obviously, if you're looking at Christmas projects, that's the colour for you. You're going to have loads of fabric there left over there. Half a metre of that. This one I think is our claret, SLLJ86. This is our claret colourway, which is such a beautiful, beautiful colour. Isn't that just beautiful? We always have the stray little thread lying there somewhere. Sorry about that. Then we've got our chartreuse. FBLJ38. Can't have your Christmas without your reds and the greens. Isn't that a beautiful, beautiful green, that one? Really lovely. And then last but certainly not least, we've got our tan colourway here. Isn't that beautiful? And these are great base colours for any Christmas project. It works so, so well. Even if it's not for Christmas, a beautiful, beautiful neutral there. It really works very well with all of your projects there. So these are just a sample of the colours that we've got, but it's a beautiful colourway for Christmas. And if you were lucky enough to get one of these kits, it's a really nice way to be able to bulk this out, to make a lovely project or a lovely quilt out of that with one of these beautiful, beautiful colours. All of those are $3.49 by the half metre. If you did buy multiple units, that would then come to you as a single cut piece. And I'm just going to lift that up. Doesn't that just look like a little bundle of Christmas there? And do have a look on our web shop. We've got so many different solids there. Easiest way I found of searching it is if you type in the number 100 and cotton, that'll be the 100% cotton. You'll be able to see all of the different colours that we've got on the website. They're gorgeous. So many lovely ones then. So we've had so many gorgeous bundles on today. Do you want me to do the Bargello first? We'll do the Bargello first. So the Bargello is what Sarah had on the show with us earlier today. Absolutely lovely. Was it 7 metres or 7.5? 7.5 metres of fabric. Isn't that gorgeous? So that's when we got the studio lights on, and we also then were able to turn the studio lights off. Look at that with the LEDs there with the studio lights off there. They're really good. And we've got these wonderful packs. So you've got an LED collection to go with that. Which we'll do after that. But let me just show you this Bargello kit. So you've got this wonderful combination of 7.5 meters of fabric, beautiful set of instructions, really, really easy to use, loads of different instructions on how to do it. You've got a wonderful cutting guide and fabric guide there. Works very, very well. Sarah did a wonderful demo to show you how to make this earlier. And this is a Sally Ablett design as well. Really lovely there. You're getting 1.5 meters of this beautiful, beautiful fabric. Is this an Osnaburg? It feels like an Osnaburg. It's just gorgeous with that gorgeous star in the background. It's just got a gorgeous, gorgeous feel to it. And then you're getting 1 meter of this, which is the crimson. Just beautiful, lovely, lovely feel to it as well. And then for the remainder of the fabrics, you're getting 0.5 meter of each one of these. And I'll just hold them up to show you there because they just blend so beautifully together. Really, really lovely that. And most of these are metallic, so I'll be able to show you all these gorgeous shimmers on each one. Look at that beautiful sheen on that metallic. It works so beautifully there. So that's the first colour in that bundle here. This one might be my favourite. Now, some of these are available by the 0.5 meter, so do check the website. This one has sold out by the 0.5 meter. It didn't. And then we've got this wonderful collection of green metallics as well. Beautiful that. You can see as I move that gently, you can see that beautiful gentle shimmer on those metallics. We've got this wonderful colourway there. And of course, if you do make the Bargello, you are going to have some left over. So you can be able to do another project with that, maybe make a nice little cushion with that as well. Look at that one as well, this beautiful holly. And again, you've got that wonderful metallic in the background there, just lovely. You can see these beautiful little metallic stars there. Now, some of these fabrics are available by the 0.5 meter on the website. Do check those out on the website as well as to which ones they are. They're really, really sweet. So this one is just that lovely Osnaburg again. I'm not sure if it is an Osnaburg, but it feels like it. It's got that wonderful dotted colour in the background there. It's just beautiful touch to the feel. They're really lovely. And then we've got the wonderful reindeer. Are they reindeer? They look like reindeer. They're so pretty. And again, you've got that gorgeous metallic, as you can see it shimmering there as you move it ever so slightly. And then we've got this lovely blue left there again, a lovely gorgeous silver metallic there. And then the very last fabric in this gorgeous bundle, 7.5 meters of fabric there, and the wonderful instructions. Look at that, again, we've got that beautiful sheen on the fabric there. So this is what it's going to look like when you've made the quilt up. That's it with the studio lights on. But we've also got one with the studio lights off, showing you these wonderful LED lights and how beautifully that shines up and just highlights your beautiful work of your quilt there. The which one? Perfect. We've had a request to get a closer look on our white flowers on navy. This is available by the 0.5 meter as well. It is so pretty. This is now $3.99 by the 0.5 meter there. And it is a metallic. You can see as I move it ever so slightly there how it begins to shimmer in the lights there. It's really pretty. $3.99 by the 0.5 meter there, and that is available. Do check the website out. A lot of these fabrics are available by the 0.5 meter. Do check the website for those. And these LED lights, a lovely little addition to add to the project. It's 3.15, so 315 centimeters, 20 LED lights. It's a huge string. And the great thing about the LED lights is they don't get warm, so they're not going to damage your fabric. They're not going to damage your project in any way. They're quite safe to leave on. You can use some batteries in it to keep it going. Use the rechargeable ones and it'll keep going for ages. It's just such a lovely, lovely addition to be able to do it. And all you do is you're attaching those onto your project when you're finished. It's just such a beautiful way of highlighting the work that you've done. And you can see these beautiful LED lights. And you saw in the image that we showed earlier, such a great way of highlighting the work that you've done on something so pretty. Really lovely addition. Only $3.99 to add on to it. It's a lovely project, that. Now, in the last hour, we also had, this wonderful quilt behind us here. This beautiful, beautiful fabric here by Lewis and Irene. This, unfortunately, we're having a few little website gremlins today. So the only way that you can be able to order this at the moment, it is going to be sorted as soon as possible. Best way of getting it is on by calling the UK-based call centre, 0800 001 4433. It's such a beautiful, beautiful project, this. You're getting your complimentary fabric instructions here on how to make the quilt. This is a 36 by 36 inch quilt, designed again by Sally Ablett. We're having a very good Sally Ablett day here today. And these are the beautiful fabrics you're going to get to be able to make this kit. Available for £39.99 today. All of these products, you're getting different amounts of fabric for each one of these fabrics, because each one is what you need for the kit. And look at those little deer, aren't they sweet? Now, unfortunately, these are one of those projects that once you've sold out, you've sold out. We can't get any more. I'm going to open this one up a little bit wider because it is just so adorable. It's such a beautiful, beautiful fabric. And I'm going to flick that so you haven't got the selvage. Just look how beautiful that is. Now, we did have another colourway, but that one has sold out, and there is so much fabric left over on this. So after Sarah had made this project, she was also able to make this cushion with the leftover fabric. So just to give you an idea of just how much fabric you're getting in this wonderful bundle, you'll be able to have a big enough piece to make that gorgeous cushion. And on the back as well, she was able to use some of her triangles from the quilt to embellish the back of her cushion there. It just works so beautifully. So not only are you getting enough to be able to make the quilt itself, but you're also getting enough to make the backing, the cushion as well. And then these are just the last three fabrics in this bundle here. Now I'm so excited about our next hour. There's the last fabric in this bundle. Isn't it just beautiful? So, so lovely. So I'm very excited about our next hour. We've got a foundation paper piecing, a Christmas special, one of my designs. So we're going to take a little bit of an early break and we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great.
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
And it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and Gemporia.com.
Hello and welcome. We love hearing from you and we really hope that you can follow us on our social media platforms. We've got Instagram, which is @Sewing Street. We have Facebook. We've got two Facebook pages. One is the Sewing Street TV page and the other one is Sewing Street Fans. All three of these are monitored all the time by our wonderful team, and if you want to message us on air, drop us a line on either of those three and we'll definitely be able to answer your questions that you may have. If you post on the actual wall, we can perhaps answer there. Otherwise, message us as well. That works really, really well. Thank you so much for being involved, and it's only because of this community that we're able to bring you all these different diverse products and to be able to answer your questions that you may have. Another way you can stay in touch with us is by signing up to our newsletter. These newsletters are sent out to you very regularly, and they include not only our guest profiles of upcoming guests, but also amazing shows that we've got coming up for you. And if you want to look at the amazing products before everybody else, that's the best way to do it. If you'd like to sign up and you haven't already, the link to follow is www.sewingstreet.com/sign up. You won't regret it. Thank you.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups, and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Christmas is going to be here before we know it, and as with every year, we want to make sure that we get our makes ready in time for gifting on the big day or for decorations in the lead up. We're here to help with our Christmas make shows, starting with our 3-day event on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August, and we'll be live for 5 hours each day too. Expect lots of festival quilting, FPP, dressmaking and needle felting to make all your decorations, advent calendars, cushion covers and so much more. We'll have our expert tutorials from some of our favourite guest designers and a fabulous competition exclusively for our Sewing Street family. Keep your eyes peeled on our email newsletter, Facebook and Instagram for more details in the run-up. And don't forget to tune in from 8 AM to 1 PM on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August on Freeview Channel 74, Sky 670 or on our YouTube channel.
Good morning, well, almost good afternoon. Welcome back. I'm John Cole Morgan and it's our second day of Christmas in July. Really excited about this hour. We've got 2 different colourways of my foundation paper piecing Christmas project. I can show you one that I made last year, which was the inspiration for this year. I've just changed things around, moved the things in different directions and change things ever so slightly, so we'll come back to showing you that in a minute. What I am going to show you now though is our wonderful kits. We've got 2 different colourways. I'll start off with the blue colourway. So that's the one that is on this side here. Blue colourway here. Now what is so fabulous about this is it's not all half meters, some of them are fat quarters. The instructions are so detailed. Every single one of the templates is available. They're on both sides of the page. You can go through and get all of these very easily for you to go through and understand how to do it. And then on the instructions themselves, you've got all of these wonderful keys and being able to see exactly what colourway you're doing everything. And then you've got the colour key on each page as well, being able to see exactly which fabric I refer to. So when I say orange, you know exactly what orange is for each of the colorways. So we try to make this project really easy to use, and if I'd stop turning the page at the time people are looking at it, that would be handy. But it's such a really detailed pattern, really nice and easy to understand, lots of instructions on how to do it, and I'm going to be able to show you exactly how it is you do each one of these. So that is the instructions that you're going to get with both of these colorways. Then we've got our blue colorway here that we've got. Now you've got varying amounts of fabric here. It's 2 full meters of fabric here. You're getting 1 meter of the silver, getting 1 meter of the silver there, and you're getting 1/2 meter of the marine. and you're getting half a metre of sky. And then we flick onto our fat quarters then. We're getting a half a metre for peacock, if I'm not mistaken there. And the... don't know all the colours on it, so forgive me not saying, but you can just see how wonderful they all are. And what I love is you've got these wonderful blue spots as well. And the great thing is all of these are detailed in the pattern on how it is to colour code these back. So you're getting that wonderful combination of colourway of fabrics there, as well as your instructions, and all of those for £34.99. So that's the blue colourway there. So I'm going to just let you see the blue one on the wall here. But what I'm loving about them is being able to decorate them with all these wonderful charms and being able to do all of those. And the great thing about foundation paper piecing is that the detail is so good with being able to get everything pieced so perfectly together. And I've left you with a lot of negative space. And the reason I've done that is look at all this different quilting that you can do in it. And around my little Santas, you can see I've got all my Christmas lights and my little holly and baubles and all my little lines to try and create more movement in your work as you go. And then we've got the little manger over here as well, and my little, there we go, and you've got the wonderful star that the three wise men were following to go down there, and you've got all our wonderful flying geese to show the journey that everybody is on this project. It was just such a fun project to be able to make. So if the blue's not your colourway, don't worry, we've got you covered here with our wonderful traditional colours as well. So you've also got the wonderful set of instructions for this one. You're then also getting a metre of your silver, whoops, metre of your silver. You're getting half a metre of your pearl, half a metre of your fur, and then you're getting half a metre of the white dots on green. And then you're getting 6 fat quarters that go with it, and you can see all these beautiful colours. Now, if I remember correctly, that's lime. Oh, we've got the lime there. And we've got our white. All of these specifically cut for this project. That's the white dot on red. Got the misty blue. We've got the beige. And then the red. It's such a good colourway there. And that's the kit that you're going to get of the fabric. And then you're also getting this wonderful set of instructions included in that bundle for £34.99. It's such a great way of being able to do it. Now, anybody who's done foundation paper piecing before knows that there are some really, really nice fundamental things that you need to do this. Carol Doak created the most fantastic set of foundation papers. And what this is the paper is a lot kinder to your sewing machine to be able to sew through rather than normal computer paper. And it's just such a lovely feel to it. It's much easier to be able to tear the papers apart when you take them off. And you're getting 100 sheets in this today, and that's going to be for £14.99. I unfortunately ran out of my Carol Doak when I was making this, so I had to use computer paper, and I can certainly tell the difference when I'm working through with the computer paper rather than that gorgeous Carol Doak. We've also got our wonderful add a quarter rulers. So these were on yesterday as well when Victoria was doing her wonderful demonstration there on those Santa Clauses. Really, really lovely. And what I love about these, it just makes your journey on doing foundation paper piecing so much easier. You've got this wonderful 1/4 inch ridge here that you can just see over there. You can see that 1/4 inch ridge. It's really hard to show these, but that 1/4 inch, you budge your fabric up and your paper up against it, and then you're able to trim it down. You can see where my thumb is there. Your fabric and your paper would slot in there, and you can then trim all your fabric down from there. It's really handy. And the great thing about this combination is you've got the 6 inch for your smaller pieces, and your larger pieces will be the 6 inch, the 12 inch, and you'll be able to see what I mean with that when I do my demonstration on that. Now, I have to say, because we share a website with Jewellery Maker, I don't make jewellery, never made jewellery, unlikely I will. But what I did do was I went onto the Jewellery Maker website and I typed in the word charms. Oh my goodness, it was a spiral of the most wonderful proportions. We're going to show you how you do that, but I'm going to just give you a little example of these incredible little charms that we've used on our red colourway here. We've got these incredible little gingerbread men. I'm just looking to see if I put that there. Now you're getting 10 of these in a pack, and the detailing on them is just too incredible for words. And I think I've just moved that for you, Paul, sorry. To my left, that better? And just look at the detailing on them. You can actually see these wonderful little gingerbread men smiling as they go. They are just so, so cute. Really, really sweet. And that colorway of the gold just blends in so beautifully on our red colorway behind me. You can see I've just popped on the charms on here, and you can see just there how they're shining across the room on you, to you there. They're really sweet. Because in Sarah's project as well, she mentioned using a whole load of charms on it, and it works so brilliantly, being able to just give your work a little bit of a pop all the way. It's brilliant. And you can see our wonderful little gingerbread men there as well. But also we've got our wonderful little Christmas trees, which I can show you is our next little charm there. And then we've got our wonderful little Christmas trees as well. The detailing on these is so special. Really, really sweet. And I'm hoping I've got that in the right spot there. Look at that little, you can actually see the baubles around the side of it. It's brilliant. I can put them all out. Have as many as you like. But look at them. They just work so beautifully together. These are 14mm by 8mm, and this is a beautiful base gold colour, the gold colour base metal Christmas tree charms. Really, really lovely. But these are just two of the charms that we found on the website to go through. Now, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street, because we share a website, what most people might not know is that you've got your £3.95 one-day P&P, whether you shop with us or Jewellery Maker. So if you've made a purchase through us today, you'll be able to shop through Jewellery Maker and not pay any more in postage and packaging. And let me just show you an example of just what we found. So you'll go onto the normal Sewing Street page and you type in the word charm, and you go down and you can see all these incredible charms. There are 14 pages of them. And if we keep going down, there we go. Those stars with the pearl center, I just thought they were so adorable there. So, so adorable, and would work very, very well with these projects. They are incredible. Really great value and such a great price as well. Got loads of different options here as well for wall hangings or any of your projects. They work really, really, really well. So when you start this project, like with all of my projects, what I do, and you can tell, I've gone and shopped with them, getting all the different packs that I've got in here, the silver ones. I went a little bit mad and bought loads. So that's a really nice way. Now, the first thing I'm going to ask you to do, although in your pattern, you will see I've given you a fabric key, and this is the color that we've chosen to do the demonstration, the pattern in. What I've done as well is I've then added the colors for the red and the blues, so you can then match up as you go. But to make your life easier, what I've done is I've actually cut out a strip of each of these fabrics and put them on here, and I've called them numbers 1 to 9. What I've called them in the pattern, the name, which is the background grey, white, red, orange, all the way down. Just makes your life a lot easier when you're going through the project to be able to make these things. I think it just works so much easier doing that. So what I've done is I've got a couple of blocks here ready to show you on what we're going to do. The first one I'm going to start with is our, so I'm just going to line these up backwards so that I can see where we are. The first one I'm going to do is our Christmas tree block. So that is this block over here. I'm making the Christmas tree block. And what I think is important to show you as well is just how these the flying geese go together, because it's a lot easier than people think. It just makes your life, just being able to show you how it is that you do make it, because all it is straight lines. So if I flick this over, you can see what I've done is you increase by numbers with foundation paper piecing. You increase with numbers. So you're going to go from 1, 2, 3, 4. So you'll be able to see that they increase. So there's number 1. That'll be the first fabric you put in. That'll be the second fabric. That'll be the third. And you can see we're counting up 1, 2, 3, 4. And you just keep going all the way along. Now on the back of this, you'll see I've written grey, LOG, which is light olive green, 1, 1, which I know is my background. Then I've got red, 1 and 1, I know is my background. Dark olive green is my bright green. And you can see by doing this and you writing these on each time you do it, it makes your life so much easier, because when you're actually doing foundation paper piecing, although I've got grey written here at the top, when you're actually sewing it, you're sewing it onto the back of the paper. So although I've got grey there, you won't see what colour's on here, because obviously when you're sewing it, you're sewing on this side of the page. So the fabric is actually at the bottom of the page. So you've always got the wrong side of your fabric going onto the wrong side of your page, so that way you're only ever seeing the right side of your page and the right side of your fabric. And I know that sounds confusing to people, but I promise you, foundation paper piecing is one of those ones, you do it and you do it and you do it and you get confused and you practice on about 3 or 4, and by the time you do the 5th or the 6th one, something clicks and you can forever do foundation paper piecing without any problems whatsoever. This is such a great way of doing it. So as I've said, these are all simply straight lines. All you're doing is straight line sewing. So you've sewn the one there. So that one, this red one, the orange one here, I've called it orange, but that's my red colorway, which if I refer back to my key, my orange is the red with dots. So that's number 14. So I know that number 15 is next, so that's that one. Now when you come to do these, I know that my sew line is going to be on this dark line between number 14 and number 15. So you can see there's number 15 there. So all I do is I press along where I'm expecting to be sewing. I then take a piece of grey fabric, I put that on top there, and I know that I'm going to be sewing that in the region of that area. So then what I do is I fold the fabric over to see that my background grey fabric is covering not only where my lines are, but also my seam allowance as well on the side. So you just move it up until you get into the correct position, and you can see the grey is just popping through there, and you can tell that the grey ends there. So I've got more than enough space on there for my seam allowance. So that's where I'm ready to do it. Now, if you want to use pins, all you would do is once you've folded that and got that in the perfect position, just take a single pin and you hold your fabric where it was positioned and you just press that through and you go like that. That's all you need to do for fabric, for pinning. So you can do it on either side. If you want to do it on that side, that's fine. I always advise people to do it from the other side, simply because this is the side that's going to go directly against the sewing machine. So you just then take it where you can see the holes where you left the fabric before. You just simply push the pin through. The pin is just over there. It's such a fine pin. And you just pop that back through the holes. So those are the 2 holes we've just stitched. I just pushed the pin through. And all I'm going to do now is I'm going to now stitch this onto my work. Now when you're doing your stitching on your sewing machine, the easiest thing to remember is you need to have the smallest stitch that you can possibly have. I do it about 1.5, 1.8. Reason being is that if you do it much smaller, it's incredibly difficult to unpick. So you don't want to be unpicking something which has got such a tiny, tiny stitch, because you can damage your fabric. So I do it about 1.5, 1.8. And when those are ready to go, I line my needle up to my central section of my foot and of the central section of the foot. And then I know that my dark line that I'm going to be stitching on, this line here, is also lined up with the center of my foot. So as I'm sewing, I get to the bottom there, and all I do now, you can see all I've done is I've sewn on that dark line over there. And see, I've just stitched on that over that dark line over there. I take my pin out. Now, when I'm doing this, you need to just remember that everything you want to keep goes underneath your ruler. So what I'm doing here is I'm folding everything back. So I know this I want to keep, this bit I want to keep, but these bits I don't need to keep because I won't need those for my project. Now, do you remember I said to you that there are going to be a time when you want to use your 6-inch add a quarter ruler? This is it. So what you do now is you just take your ruler, you push that up against the line there, and you can see it just slots perfectly into that 1/4 inch section, and it just goes all the way there, And now all you're doing is you're pushing through there and you're trimming off. And the great thing about this ruler is because it's a dead 1/4 inch, you don't ever have to worry about whether you've got the right dimensions on it, because it's already built in. So that is our next section, the first section we've done there. Now, whenever I do my foundation paper piecing, I always make sure that I've got a little triangle, if you like. So I'm going to rebuild my own little triangle, pretending I'm at home. And what you do here is you have, of course, I didn't turn the iron on, so this may take a minute or two. So the reason I have a little triangle is because I want as few steps in the process as possible. So what's really handy about having your triangle is you set your ironing board up here, you've got your cutting mat here, and you've got your sewing machine there. In my studio, I've got my cutting mat there, sewing machine here, and I rotate to the ironing board here. It just makes your life a lot easier because you do a lot of stitching, you're doing a lot of pressing, and you're trying to then I just don't want to do as many steps as many other people do. So all you're doing now is, once you've done that, I've used some polyester thread. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to set my seam. I then rotate this back. The iron is perfectly warm now, and I'm just rotating that back and pressing that seam. These prim irons are perfect for foundation paper piecing because it's the perfect size to be able to get everything perfectly pressed. And then all you do once you've done that, if you've got a light box ready, you just pop that on the light box now, turn the light on, and you'll check that the fabric is beyond a 1/4 inch all the way around your block, which is exactly what you need. So now I've done number 15. We're now going to do number 16. So exactly like I did before, there's my number 16 line here. I'm then going to fold that back on the stitch line as to where I'm going to be stitching. Press that nice and flat, and I get a nice little crease line over here, seeing where my stitch line is going to be. I take another little piece of my triangle, I pop that over here, and then I fold my paper over again. And you can see you can't quite see my triangle through there, so I'm going to move that up a little bit just to make sure that I've got just enough fabric all the way around. And now you can see I've got fabric popping out the side there, and also I've got it for this side here. So I've got more than enough fabric to be able to cover my whole section there. And I'm holding that in place. Now, I don't normally pin, but I've done this many, many times. So you do this you pin as much as you like or as little as you like, whatever works best for you. I'm lining this up to the middle of my foot. Again, my stitch length at the moment is 1.8. And all I'm doing now is I'm folding this back. Now, over here, I've stitched a little bit past the seam line. I always do that because I try and make sure that my 1/4 inch seam, where my 1/4 inch seam is going to be kept nice and tight in there. But when you then pull the paper back, you can see it pulls the fabric with it. So that's absolutely fine. I then just give the fabric a little bit of a tug, and over here I give the fabric a little bit of a tug, and it doesn't matter if it's torn the paper, just to get the paper nice and flat doing that. Again, then I use my 1/4 inch ruler, my add a 1/4 ruler. I'm not sure I'm going to get that in the shot. If I do that, there we go. I use my add a 1/4 ruler, and it's so easy to use because there you can see it's not lined up at the top, and it's so simple. It slots perfectly in there. Get that all lined up, and then I just get rid of everything else that's in there. Lovely, lovely little way of doing that. And then over here again, all I'm doing is I'm now setting my seam because I've used a polyester thread. And all I do now is fold that back. Ooh, a few little threads left over there. And I rotate this back. And you can see I've just made my very first flying geese. Or flying goose, you decide. And you do get into a nice little rhythm of this. Now, that is how simple that was. Now, one of you may ask then, how do you get the next fabric on? So I'll show you. We've just done number 16. We've just done 16. Now we've got number 17, which is our next colour that we need to add on, which is our medium green. I refer to my key, and my medium green is the one with the polka dots, the green with polka dots. That's my medium green. So, as if I prepared one earlier, I then pop that. Now remember, we're putting right side of medium green to right side of my orange, and I put those right sides together, And then when I've got those right sides together, I fold on the number 17 line to check that I've got enough fabric for my seam. That is a little bit tight. That's a little bit tight. So all I've done now is I've moved this up a little bit, and I've then fold that back again. And you can see that now I've got more than enough for my seam. And as I fold that flat, you can see I've got enough of that fabric to go all the way around. So that is where I'm going to do it. If you want to pin it, you then hold that like that, and you just pin all the way through there, and like that. There you go. You're perfectly pinned. If you are going to pin, make sure you pop the pins into the right side of your paper, because that way then it's not going to press up against your machine as you're going along. Then all I do now is I sew on the 16, 17 line. All the way along here. And there we go. So all of the things you want to keep, you always leave underneath your ruler. So I know that I need to hang on to this piece of paper. So I'm folding the paper over, getting everything underneath my ruler. And by that I mean everything under the ruler this side is what I want to keep. I add the 1/4 inch to the edge there, get that nice and firm up to the seam that I've just sewn. Take my blade and I just cut through the excess that we don't need. And then I just go to the ironing board, I set my seam, and then I rotate this back gently. And the great thing about doing this, and this is the perfect way to show you, is by doing that and sewing on those lines so accurately, you can tell that my point over there is perfect, absolutely perfect point there, which is exactly the whole point of foundation paper piecing. You can see that there's no gaps or everything. That is exactly what it is. And the green as well, you can see all the way along, you can see those perfect points as you go. Now there are only 2 more lines to sew in getting this right. I've done number 17. I'm now going to do number 18. Press on the stitch line that I'm going to be stitching on, just there. And then I know that I've only got 2 more pieces of background fabric to sew in. I put my the right sides of my fabric to right side. I fold that back and I can see that I've got enough grey on that side. If I fold that back, I've got enough grey on that side. And I can see I've got more than 1/4 inch for my seam. So we're ready to go and stitch that one on there. And what I love is I do think it looks quite effective on the quilt behind me. You can see just how effective those flying geese are in this design. It's brilliant. And now you've got this all ready to go. Everything you want to keep goes underneath your ruler. And then you add your 1/4 onto the edge there. You get that nice and flush up against there. And now this piece of fabric I keep because that's there. These little bits go to my charity box. But these are the bits that I hang on to. So you can then see I then set my seam there. Get rid of my excess threads. And then I just press that over like that. And now this is your last seam. And the good thing about this project is I do think it's one of those projects that you'll make and you can bring it out year on year and you can just thoroughly enjoy looking at it and you can decorate it with all those beautiful charms. And we all have different charms available. So you can see now that I fold that back, I've got grey on that side, I've got grey on that side, and over here I've got more than 1/4 inch. Anybody who's starting out with foundation paper piecing, I always tell you to cut the fabric twice as big as what you think it needs to be. Don't scrimp on fabric, because every single person who's ever had to pick anything has either made the fabric too small or they've sewn on the wrong line. And it is 9 times out of 10, it is making the fabric too small, because we end up then having to unpick because we've got a hole in the quilt where you aren't quite covering up. So there you go. Everything you want to keep is going to go underneath your ruler. You line that up all nice and tightly against there. You can see your add a quarter is perfect for these projects. And there we go. That is the last little piece that you need to sew on our flying geese line all the way along here. And there we go. So now what we do is once we've sewn that, what you're going to do now, and this is where you need a normal ruler. By a normal ruler, oh, I'm going to pick this pair of scissors up off the floor. Sorry about that. What you're doing now is on your templates, you will see two different lines. You're going to have this darker line over here. That is your stitch line. So this one here is your stitch line, whilst this one here is your seam allowance. So when you trim this down, you're going to trim this on the second line, but I always try and go a hair's breadth past that second line. There you can see that's my seam line, and you can see I've gone maybe one thread of cotton over. My only thing is make sure that you're consistent all the way through, because if you've gone one thread over on here and you've gone one thread under on the piece that's going to go above it, you might miss a point, and that's the whole. When you're trying to be this accurate, making this beautiful piece, you want to make sure that you are as accurate as you can possibly be, and you don't want to miss any points as you go along. So all I'm doing now is I'm lining up. You can see I've got my Creative Grids 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. I'm putting it a hair's breadth over away from the 1/4 inch line there. Once I've got that all lined up, I'm going to give this a bit of a cut. And all I'm doing is I'm trimming off, sorry, I moved my ruler, there we go. I'm just literally trimming off all the excess all the way along there. And you can tell I've done this a few times, so my excesses are minuscule. You can see that's all I've got left of those. And yours may be slightly bigger, it doesn't matter. I'd always say to you, make sure that you'd rather waste a little bit of fabric here and get it right, especially if you're just starting out. And again, you're now then just doing that a hair's breadth bigger than a 1/4 inch seam, and you're trimming along the second side now. And then on the third side over here, you're doing exactly the same thing, lining that up perfectly. There we go. And then you've got one last line to cut along here. And there we go. So that is how you make this section for the flying geese. Now when you get your pattern, you are going to have, excuse me, stretching. You're going to have this wonderful set of instructions here on how this goes together. So you're going to have, and this is going to be mirror image. So you can see here, you've got that in the middle there, and you've got these over there. And the reason I say it's mirror image is because when the block's finished, it goes like that. So you've got to be very, very aware of this. You've got to be very careful with this. This is what it looks like back to front. And then you've got to make sure that when you're piecing it together, it looks like this picture. Otherwise, you're going to get the mirror image of this quilt over here. And if you get the mirror image, it doesn't matter. Whether your presents are on the left or the presents are on the right, it doesn't matter. Just be consistent all the way through. The way it should be is that you do it per the coloured picture. So that's all you need to do, is you make sure you're doing it. Now, when you do get these ready to go and be sewn together, you simply pop the flying geese on top of the Christmas tree, and you then line these up all the way along. If you want to use pins, this is the time that you're going to do it. And when you do use your pin, you're going to poke through this section over here. You're going to push through there, which is that central point there. And then you're going to make sure that when you put this through here, you're trying to make sure that you get it through. Oh, that was perfect. You're trying to get it through at that exact point over there to be able to make sure that these line up perfectly. And this is the point where you now line those two up like that, and you can see that the papers are all fine, and then you rotate this down and pin it. Now, I'm not a pinner. I'm just going to give it a go and see how we go. And I'm going to do it from bottom to top. And if it doesn't line up, that's okay. But it's up to you. I feel very confident because I've done many, many of these. So I'm now lining this up perfectly. And, oh, I went a little bit wobbly on the back, but it doesn't matter. But if you look on this side, it's absolutely perfect because I haven't wobbled at all. So what you're doing next is you then decide how you want to steam this, now, how you want to press this. Now, I personally, there is a lot of bulk in some of these sections. I try and press these open if I can. I just find it works a lot easier when you're doing so many lumps of fabric here, just to press these all open. It just makes it, when you're quilting it, you've got what, 2, possibly 4 layers of fabric less by pressing your seams open. So just doing that way. And there we go. That is your first completed block. Now, where this fits into your design, it's over there. You're just popping that in exactly that point there. And they just work so, so beautifully. Now, if you've got 2 sections you've got to do, so what I've done over here is I've done my Santa on the right. And now the Santa is a little bit more tricky to get together, and I'll show you what you're doing there. You've got 2 sections to put together. You've got your B section, you've got your C section. And I'm just going to grab my pattern for Santa on my right. So this is what I'm looking for. So just like the Christmas tree, although that's what it's going to look like with the paper at the top, when you put it together, you've got to have it to look like that because it's the inverse all the way along. And you go there, and you can see now my orange, per my fabric key, that's my orange. So all I'm doing now is that's my orange here, and I want my flying geese on the right-hand side of this. This is now your Santa block right. So what you do next, you've got to put these 2 together. Now, because I've trimmed these perfectly, you might want to pin this because you're wanting to make sure that your beard hits the point where your hair touches it. And by that, I mean just over here. Those are the hard bits to be able to get. Those 2 sections, those 4 sections there are the hard sections to match up. And all I would say to you then is exactly the way I showed you previously to pin. You're going to take your pin, you're going to put it through the cross section there where your seam crosses your stitch line that you've already stitched on B3. You're going to make sure that you push that straight through there. And then over on this side, hopefully I'm going to push that. Oh, goodness me, almost there. I was 1 stitch away from it. There we go. So you can see my pin has come through, straight through on that section there. And all you're trying to do is to maintain that all the way through that line. What have I done? Now remember, you've got 2 options of your colorways here. You've got the blue, which is the one that side there. Oh, is blue proving the most popular? Wonderful. We're working with our red colorway today. It's my little happy dance. I managed to hit that perfectly without a pin. It's always good when a plan comes together. Perfect. So you can tell when I said that that was a perfect match, that is really, really exactly what you're looking for. You can see that that matched perfectly there. Your line here is exactly what you're looking for. So all I do now is I give this all this fabric, because it's been in my bag getting here. I give this all a nice little extra press, make sure everything's nice and flat. And the reason we're doing that is we're about to now sew, per the picture, that goes on the left-hand side. These go on the right-hand side. And what you're doing now is you're going to sew this onto there. Now, when you're doing this, I always look and see which side do I have to attach the most points to. So this side's got the most points that I need to match. Over here, it doesn't really matter if I miss a point on this side, because there's nothing to line up against it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pin that, I'm going to attach that one to the top. And when I sew, I'm going to sew on this line to make sure I hit every one of those points. That's what you're looking to make sure that you can get that to do. Now, if you do go wrong, don't worry, you can unpick. The only thing I would say to you is try not to go wrong. And if you do unpick, throw the fabric away. Use a new piece of fabric. You have enough fabric. We all have enough fabric, because literally when you're unpicking a piece of fabric that size and you've distorted it within an inch of its life, you can see that if this is now my little green triangle, nice and square, let me put it over here with. So if that's my nice little flat square triangle, if I unpick that and pull it and stretch it, you can see my nice square triangle now has a lovely bow on it. So if you're now going to stitch that into your piece, it's always going to look a bit wonky. So I always say to you, rather just get a new piece of fabric and stitch again. It's just so much easier, and you've got a much cleaner project, and it just looks so much better for you. Right, so now you're doing exactly the same thing, pressing that down. I always set my seams because, as I said, I use polyester, and it just gives you that extra tight little press there together, and I try and press all my seams open, just makes life a little bit easier. So that's how you would be putting two different pieces together with the Christmas tree block. And then if you're putting three pieces together, like with your Santas, now the Santas left and right, it is exactly the same either way you're doing it. You've just got your hexagons, I keep calling them hexagons. You've just got your flying geese on different sides. So you can tell over here, that's where that block's going to go over here. But as you can see on this side, it's exactly the same. All it is you've got it on the other side. It's the exact mirror image. You can see the Santas going the other way there. So these two blocks are identical. This block is the one I showed you earlier when we were piecing those together there. And now we know how to make those. Now I am going to show you the bit that does... It shouldn't scare people, because foundation paper piecing is exactly the same whether you do it on a giant piece or whether you do it on a small piece. And I won't deny it, this is a little bit of a small piece. And that's okay. It's the fun bit. So we're going to show you now how to make this block here. This block here. And the reason I've chosen that block is for two reasons. First of all, it is incredibly detailed and it is one of the most beautiful blocks when it comes together. But also it's a little bit complicated and it takes a little bit of moment just to take a breath. So all of you get a cup of tea, you're going to be fine, I promise you. So all I'm going to do now is, because this has been in my bag, I'm going to just press these open again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this out per this instruction over here. So you'll see I've got to make this one because that's really small. I've already made that one. So I know that that is number C. So that's now, remember when you're laying these out, they're going to go the other way. These are in reverse because this is obviously backwards. That's the thing with foundation paper piecing. So now you've got numbers B3 there. And then you've got number G going in that way. You've got number A going that way. You've got number F going up here, which is there. And right, so this little piece here. This is without question the smallest piece in the project. This is the smallest piece, so please don't worry. The top tip, cut your fabric bigger than it needs to be. And by bigger, I mean your E2, you can see that's smaller than your finger. That's such a tiny, tiny little piece over there. Just going to show you that now. So you can see just how tiny that little piece is there, E2, but that's how big my piece of fabric is that I've cut for it. It's important to cut bigger than you need. And then E4 is over there. So you can see my E1 over there. Sorry, E1. That's how big I've cut my piece of fabric. And it's important to cut it bigger than it needs to be for two reasons. Well, the only reason is it just makes your life so much easier, not having to unpick, not having to do this in any other way than simply. And with all foundation paper piecing, when you're starting, cut it 2-3 times bigger than you need to, because you save all the pieces you've got left over and you'll easily use those in this project or other projects because you can go back and use them again. It's very, very easy. Right, so that is my number one and number two. So again, I'm using my tiny little, my 6-inch add a quarter ruler. I just line that up and press that off. That's absolutely fine. And then I set my seams. And then I rotate this back. Now, I'm just checking I've left enough, and I haven't. So this is exactly why I tell people, look, you can see when I haven't got my seam, when I haven't laid this up properly, you see you've got white paper. That means that your seam is too small. You haven't left enough fabric. Well, you have got enough fabric, you've just put it in the wrong place. So when you're asking how is it you unpick this, I'm going to push this back for you. I did it specifically because I knew you'd want to see how to do it. So all you do now is you press that back flat again because you need it to be as flat as possible. And I always press from the fabric side, I always unpick from the fabric side. And all you do there is you just unpick this section. Now I do have a rule, whatever your favorite chocolate, whatever your favorite biscuit, whatever your favorite sweetie is, you have to have a tin of those, a box of those, a jar of those, a slab of those available. And every time you make an error, you have a piece because it just makes you feel a little bit less silly for doing some silly mistakes. And this is the most complex section in this block. There we go. So all I've done now is I've unpicked that. Now I know that my red is in the right place. I just need to move my grey up a section there so that then when I fold this back on the seam line, you can see now I have enough to cover the whole area. So all I did then was that the piece is exactly the right size. I just put it in the wrong place. And there we go. And there we go. So that is the section over there. Then we've done number 1 and number 2. We're now going to do number 3. And my number 3 is my grey fabric. So I've done number 1 and 2. So you can see that's number 1, that's number 2. Sorry, that's number 1, that's number 2. Now I'm going to do number 3. In order to do number 3, I press against where my seam line is going to be. And you can see why I'm showing this to you, because it is so dinky. I want you to feel confident that you know what you're doing when you do this. So that's where my seam line is going to be, which I'm just gently rubbing my fingernail on there, and you can see. And then when I fold that over, you can see I've got loads of room left over on that. So I've got a little bit of selvage there, so I'm going to move that up a bit. And again, now you can see I haven't got enough over there. So I move my selvage down a little bit more. And it's that little balancing act of being able to make sure when you fold this over, you can tell that you've got fabric all the way past that line, which means that you're going to be okay. Now I'm holding those nice and firmly. I'm going over to my machine, and all I'm doing is now sewing on the number 2-3 line between there. And there we go. So you can see all I've done is I've sewn across that line over there. And everything I want to keep now goes underneath my ruler. Again, I've got a couple of stitches there that I've done. I just pull that over, tear the paper ever so slightly. I budge up my add a quarter ruler, the 6-inch ruler on there. And I trim that off. So you can see these are really, really dinky, but it is exactly the same as what we were doing with the large flying geese. It literally is. It's just on a smaller scale. So there we go, we've got that pressed nice and flat there. Okay, and now the last one we're doing is number 3 to number 4. And I know that that's going to be in number 4, which is my orange colorway. So I then fold that over and I press that on where my seam line is going to be. Press that down, and then I'm going to take my piece of orange fabric. I'm going to put that against my seam line. I'm going to rub my fingernail across where that seam line is, and then I fold the fabric back, and it's got to be on the outside of that white all the way around, which it is there. So now all I'm doing is I'm sewing down that line there. Right, so everything I want to get rid of goes underneath my ruler. Again, I've done it, you just pull the paper down. You can see I've attached the stitch a little bit longer. All I do is now give that a little bit of a tug to tear through the paper ever so slightly. Line that up and trim away what I don't need. And then at that point, all I'm doing now is I set my seam and I rotate the fabric over again. And you can see why I showed you, because it's such a tiny little piece. This is the smallest piece in here. Now the next thing I would say to you to do, I'm going to use this add a quarter ruler to trim this down. What I would say to you to do is make sure that where it's got a funny shaped piece like this, make sure that you keep that line and make sure you stitch, you cut along that line and you keep along that line, because that'll be to line things up. And make sure that you've got everything lined up perfectly when you come to put this block together. So I have a separate rotary cutter that I use for foundation paper piecing, because obviously I'm cutting through paper as well as fabric, and I replace that blade after every project because it will dull your blade a bit more. This was a new blade this morning, so this blade will do us for another week or so maybe, because it doesn't get used all the time. So there we go. We've now done all of our pieces, and all you're going to do now is you're going to rotate these pieces so that it fits the same as your colorway, your colors over here. And you know what you're doing, like that, and like that, and like that. So that is where you're now going to build your block. And the finished product of your block looks like this over here. So this is the finished section over here. So now comes a bit where you take a deep breath, and you're going to be absolutely fine because it's exactly the same as what you've already done. So the sections I put together first are these two little sections here. And they look a bit funny at the moment because they don't look like they're going to make sense. So all I do now is I line these two up, and I'm going to sew along that line. So I line these all up perfectly, and I'm going to be, you can pin all the way through, you can do this how you like. Now over here you can see that point there, you're going to want to match up with that point there. That's the only real point that you need to line up on this one. So it is entirely up to you how you do this, whether you want to do it by eye or use a pin. I'm going to be bold, and that moved, so I'm going to readjust it. I'm going to just press this open, and I'll show you what that looks like now. And there we go. So that then is lined up there perfectly. All I'm doing now is I'm going to attach that bit to there. And you can see because I've got a little dot there in the corner, it looks like it's not lined up, but it really is. And then over here, remember I said to you where it's got a funny line to line up, make sure that you cut it off when all the funny little shapes on the edges are. You're then lining that all up to make sure that it fits. And all I do now is I turn this back to check that that's going to fit there. And that's exactly right there. And again, if it doesn't work, then you've got to make a decision. You can unpick it and redo it, that's absolutely fine. But I will say keep your papers in until the very, very end of the project, because the longer you leave the papers in, the more it protects all of your fabrics when they're on the bias. You're making sure that you're keeping everything nice and square. That's all you want to make sure that you're doing. Oh, look at that. It's almost perfect there. Almost perfect. But you can tell that that's not too much of an out there. Set my seam, rotate that back. I'm just going to push it to one side because we're running out of time. So I'm hearing in the blue, we've in our teens for the blue bundle. So if you are looking at the blue bundle, make sure you add that to your basket. So the blue bundle is this one here directly behind me there. Quite a contemporary colorway, I think. Now with these, you're adding that, the top bit there, you're adding this bit onto there. Let me do that over here. You're adding this one onto here. We're having a good day with sewing machines today. Where were we? Brilliant. And then we have so that section there, we then press that down. So I know that that then will fit perfectly on this one over here. So that will fit perfectly together there. Now when I sew this, I'm going to sew from this side to make sure that I hit all of my points on this side, because hitting it on the other side doesn't really matter because there's not a huge amount to line up. So there we go, we've got that section there ready to go. I'm going to press this open just at the bottom, just because I've only got 3-4 minutes left on this demo. Because that bottom section now, oh no, I've got to do that side there. So this section over here, sorry. So these two sections then get added on together there. So I flip that on there, and then this gets added onto there. So I'm going to do these two together as a chain piecing, only because we're running a little low on time. The other good thing to remember is each time you do a foundation paper piecing project, I use a universal needle, and after each one of my projects, when I do remember, and it is important to remember, change your needle each time you change it, because it does mean that when you're sewing something immediately after foundation paper piecing, your needle will definitely be dull. And you want to make sure that you protect your needles and your machine as often as you can and as much as you can. And I won the bobbin war because that was the end of my bobbin over there today. So you can see now that once I've pressed these open, or press them now, you'll see if I just do that. I'm going to press these open, sorry. We have time. And it's a really good example. You can see over here, you've got the paper, you've got the fabric, you've got different layers of fabric, and then you've got another section of fabrics over here. If you do press them to one side, you're going to end up with all that bulk in one section. But by pressing them open, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers of fabric there, and you've got 4 layers of fabric there. So by pressing your seam open, you're then splitting the bulk, and you haven't got 9 layers of fabric in one section, because if you do try and quilt that or send that to your long arm quilter and they quilt it, you will end up with a flaw in your quilting at that point, because there is just so much fabric, your machine will not go through it very comfortably. So that's going to be that section there. And then last but not least, you saw that I sewed the G block to the A block down the bottom. And that's all done there. And then to finish this block, all you would do is making sure these are going in the right direction. Just trim off these excess threads. I do think the threads are one of those things, trim as you go, especially on the back as well. Trim as you go, it just makes your life a lot easier when you come to the end of the project, that you haven't got loads of threads in there to do. And then what you're doing next is you're going to sew that piece onto there. If I hadn't run out of bobbin, I would have lined that up perfectly. And what you are wanting to do is to make sure that this seam over here lines up perfectly with this misty blue seam over here, because that will just fit in absolutely perfectly. And then that will be the same size as what you've got for your Santa block, as well as what you've got for your Christmas block. And that will then work perfectly for you. So that's the end of my demo for the foundation paper piecing Christmas wall hanging. We're just going to remind you what was in that wonderful bundle. while I just put all of these on the floor over here. So we're going to start with our red bundle. I'm going to just put the pattern back together the way that it was, or as close to as possible. So the pattern is really comprehensive. You've got the wonderful instructions on how best to put these all together. Do you want to do it on the wonderful way of doing that? And you can then see each and every one of these blocks is here. You've got this wonderful key. You've got all the different ways of putting these all together. Unfortunately, my pattern is slightly out of order now. It also then shows you how to put the blocks together as well, which I think is important. I would recommend cutting out your borders first. It does make your life a lot easier. And then you've got the wonderful sets of instructions at the back, the templates at the back, easily able to print out and copy and do those how you want to. It's just such a nice, easy way of done. So that is the instructions, really comprehensive, very detailed. And then the fabrics that are coming with this colorway, the red colorway, you're getting 1 meter of the silver, you're getting 1/2 meter of the fur, you're getting 1/2 meter of the white dots on green, and then you're getting a fat quarter of the lime green, white dots on red, misty blue, beige, and the red. So that's the color combination there for the red fabric there. For the blue colorway, also getting the instructions, and you're getting 1 meter of the silver, 1 meter of the perfect. So you're getting 1 meter of the silver, you're getting a wonderful set of instructions, you're getting 1 meter of the marine, you're getting 1/2 meter, is it, of the sky, and then the peacock, school grey, white, blue, I think this is white dots on marine, white dots on aqua, and white dots on powder blue. These two might be the other way around, but those are the colorways that you get there. But on each one of your patterns, you've got the key of how best to we recommend putting those colorways together, but it's up to you. Easy way of doing that. So that's the colorway there. We've also been using our wonderful add a quarter rulers today. You saw how much easier they were to do, and certainly when you're doing the tree blocks and things like that, these add a quarters of the 12-inch come in absolutely perfectly for there, as well as when you're doing the Santas, the 6 inches isn't quite big enough for that. But then when you're doing the hexagon, the flying geese, and you're doing the altar and the little manger and things, it works really well with the 6-inch. So you've got the 6-inch and the 12-inch add a quarter ruler there. It's a lovely little combination together. That's available for £24.99, and it is, sorry? Gosh, we've got less than 20 of these left now. Really very popular this morning. We've also got our Carol Doak foundation paper piecing paper. I won't deny, I wish I'd had some left over when I was trying to print these out. They are fabulous. You're getting 100 sheets in them, and these are available for £14.99. They're 8.5 inches by 11. Really very easy to use. Lovely feel to the paper, and it works so much better than normal copier paper. As a little addition as well, jewellery makers sell wonderful little charms. So we've got these lovely little gold gingerbread men over here. Got the gingerbread men. Isn't that just adorable? They are so lovely. But that's a little gingerbread men there. Really sweet, and they work so well with the red colorway. If you wanted to also get the Christmas trees, these are also available today. Work very well with our red combination. Those are $6.99 for 10 of them. Those are also available on the website as well. If you do fancy having a little search onto Jewellery Makers page, they're our sister channel, make sure you do pop onto that. We've got loads of different charms on there. You saw how we searched for that earlier on today. We've now got a menu of what's on tomorrow with the lovely Debbie. This is what we've got. We've got Magical Christmas and 12 Days panel. We've got the House Advent Calendar with Wendy Orlando at 9 a.m. We've got Christmas needle felting with Delphine Brooks at 10. We've got Gingerbread House Doorstop with Wendy again at 11. And then we've got the Stag Heads wall hanging with Delphine as well. It's going to be a fun packed day tomorrow. Looking forward to being able to share that with you all tomorrow and have a great time there. It's just been, and don't forget, every time you order over this weekend, whether you order Friday, Saturday or Sunday, if you order all of the days, you're going to get one of our beautiful Sewing Street badges there. Really unique, exclusive to us. perfect for this little special weekend. And when you do get it, don't throw away the little piece of paper. Look on the back, there's a little gift for you there. Every time you do purchase with us this weekend, you're going to be entered into a competition, and the competition is to win 50 fat quarters. These will be 10 packs of 5 fat quarter bundles worth over £100. There'll be 3 chances for people to win. That will be announced on Monday morning with Debbie when she's back in on Monday. So it's just been a fantastic couple of hours. We've also got the Prim iron back in stock as well. Don't forget that. We've been using that all day today. It is such a wonderful, wonderful iron. It's got everything you could possibly need. It's got steam when you want it. It's got steam if you don't want steam, it's got that. It's got a lovely little storage bag when you want to carry it around with you. And you've got a lovely little jug of to put your water in as well. It's a fabulous iron. It sold out so quickly the last time we had it on. So we were lucky enough to be able to get some more in stock. Just a very quick reminder of what our lovely early bird was today as well. We've got 10 spools of the Gutman thread, 100 meters of each one, polyester thread. But not only are you getting those glorious colours there, don't they just look like little sherbet sweeties? You're also getting these wonderful little spool holders. You can see I've got my little bobbin colour in there. This is the closest to the maroon that we've got. Whoops. And then once you've popped your bobbin on there, you just then pop these wonderful little holders into the top of your bobbin, into the top of your thread, and it holds your bobbin there. I think these are genius. The spools on their own are working out at £1.69 per spool, which is such a good price on its own, which means you're effectively getting these wonderful little clasps for free. They are just such a great deal. That was our early bird for today, so that'll be available while stocks last. So such a great day. Have I forgotten anything? Don't think I have. All I'm going to say now is a very happy Christmas. Thank you so much for spending your time with me today. It's been a great pleasure. Stay safe. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.